candidates because I wanted to get involved in politics. I saw what happened in the first term, and I said that Trump really needs like a vanguard in Congress. It's not just enough, clearly, to have the guy at the top. We need America First guys in the House and the Senate. And I liked Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Greene at that time. I said, we need people like that.
I like Matt Gaetz.
I like Matt Gaetz a lot, and he's been really solid lately. And although after he's out of Congress, he goes full red pill. It's like, it would have been good earlier, but that's okay. So we were looking for people like that. And I asked around, and I knew people that were running Peter Thiel's outfit, his political outfit back then. Peter Thiel was a major force in 22. He was one of the biggest individual donors in the 22 midterm cycle. Millions of dollars into Senate races, House races, into art shows, parties in New York, magazines. And Thiel's richer than people know. They say that he's a low billionaire, maybe he's got $10 billion. But if you factor in his crypto investments off the books, he might be one of the richer people in the world. So he is pouring money in order to secure the ascendancy of his people, which are J.D. Vance and Blake Masters, but also his loyalists. And he's trying to create a political ecosystem. Sovereign House in New York City, which is a venue where they host art shows and parties. Passage Press, which they publish Curtis Yarvin's blog, Unqualified Reservations, and Steve Saylor, among many other things. So this is the context in 22. There's all this money pouring in to kind of fashion this new ideology they're calling national conservatism. And it went over a few different iterations. The venture capital.
I actually wasn't planning on
most people don't go from nobody to senator.
This.
Maybe they start in that
stream, but I mean, I was just gonna shoot the shit for a little bit. But then I stumbled onto this, and it's a JD Vance. It's a JD Vance show. I actually did want to touch on. I went out to eat with my pops and my brothers, my nephew too. I got to see, or my nephew and my niece. My brother has like a younger than 1-year-old daughter, and his son is like 21 in a month. But I haven't seen him in years. It's so weird, man, because he's straight up, he's grown up. He's living with my brother. Dude's got a fucking beard and shit now. Badass little kid. A little curly-headed blonde kid. But, yeah, just had a badass fucking dinner at a Mexican restaurant. Just off the chain. Like, got in the nitty-gritty on, like, fucking politics, too. My dad's over here bitching about, Homeland Security and they're oppressing us. I'm like, bro, we're fucking dying off and you're worried about a fucking government agency and we're just disappearing. Like, isn't that putting the cart before the horse? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be a little out of, a little mixed up there. But anyway, yeah, I got about 10 minutes into this show. It's pretty good, man. I mean, it's weird. They must have spent a couple of days doing these videos, these shows. What's shaking there, grass, my dude?
Someone with no real name recognition.
Dude, they must have put out
Vance
10
goes
hours
from
of this
never
shit.
Trumper nobody, anti-Trump nobody, to Trump-endorsed senator from Ohio. Then, after 2 years, he gets tapped to be the nominee for vice president of the United States. Think about that. So he gets seated in the U.S. Senate in January 2023. In July 2024, he's tapped by Trump. That's a fast ascendancy. And how did that happen? Well, we talked about in a different episode about
work. It requires discipline. But here's a solution. But choose.
We're going to be talking about in this episode. You got Peter Thiel.
It's Joel Webben guy. He kind of goes hard, man.
I'm building the framework.
That ad I just skipped, he was talking about goy slop and shit, bro. In a fucking YouTube ad.
In the Antichrist.
Shaking there.
And literally couldn't answer the question. Remember the interview on
I had a chimichanga.
Would it be bad if humanity
pretty fire.
Like,
pulled pork and whatnot.
It's like, say bad. Say bad. So you got that guy.
Or
not a great start.
Modelo.
Alex Karp, who's the current CEO of Palantir, who, like we mentioned in one of our other episodes, said his greatest fear is Christian nationalists taking power. and he's
Yeah, my
Jewish,
brother's,
of course.
his
And
woman, she's
then you
Cuban.
have JD Vance.
But
So I'll just
she's-
lead out real
I would
quick,
say
show
she's
my hand.
more
We talked about it
European.
before. We mostly
Their
agree, but
daughter
we
has like
disagree a little
green
bit.
gray eyes and like
I like Vance.
dark blonde hair, like
He's,
dirty blonde, like my
natural
older brother had.
affections, quoting Aquinas. Like I never
Really
thought,
cute, too.
in my lifetime that I'd see anybody at that level in politics,
First time I actually
say some of those things. I don't really
care.
care, Margaret. There are, some good moments. So I do like him, but you're suspicious and also dislike. I'm suspicious and like. And so
Oh, yeah,
I
you
told you, I
already
think
know.
I see
mean,
like 3 potential
started
story
wearing
arcs,
it
and
because
one
of
of
the ring lights, but I kind of like you guys not being able to see where my eyes are focused on. It's none of your fucking business. To be honest with you, I mean, has nothing to do with fashion. I could care less. They are prescription though. So.
gonna win. So on the one hand, the tech bros,
Like,
Peter
does it
Thiel,
look like I give a
Palantir,
shit what people think of me?
That's
like
not
a
great.
fucking
All right,
ragamuffin.
number 2, you
Haven't
named
had a
your son
haircut in God
Vivek.
knows when.
What are we doing? Natural affections. Vivek?
Right? Who
What are
names
we
their
doing?
fucking kid
And it's not
Vivek?
just that the wife is Hindu, or I'm sorry, Indian, but she's Hindu. So even the religious aspect. So it's not just a different race, but a different country, not just a different country, a different religion. Okay, so those two, I'm like, not great. 2 strikes, not super hopeful.
Funny, I
But the
dig
third,
it's like when the stream first starts, everybody like gets their hellos and how you doings out of the way. It's pretty legit, you know. Not not very many streams are actually like that, even if they have regulars.
and I know Hillbilly Elegy. I mean, you don't get a Netflix special without this was a campaign. People put money behind it, So who knows exactly how
When it
much
comes
of it
down
is
to
genuine?
it,
But
Southern Baptist, Catholic, they're the much more I believe so anyway, right? They're the more I know Southern Baptist is the more conservative of the Protestants, but it's certainly better than the Episcopal or I mean I was raised a Methodist, but I don't really hold to that anymore. I'd rather be a Presbyterian if anything.
even if just the basic premise
Representing.
of quintessential Americana, Appalachia, Catholic, white, heritage American, blue collar upbringing.
Well, Presbyterian
That's the
is
third
a
piece. And if there's
traditionally
any truth in
Scottish.
that, and I think there's
Sure.
at least some truth, I'm sure, the
Where it
embellishment,
comes from.
then I would say that's
It's an old
that's the
church too,
hopefulness.
an
So
old
it's like,
denomination.
and I feel like he's going to have a choice.
many hundreds.
Like, am I
many
beholden
centuries.
to Thiel? Am I beholden to some Hindu god? Or, am I going to at some point be like, no,
Yeah,
Grandma,
JD Vance, he's just too many
Appalachia,
unknowns.
America first, Christ is king.
We don't know where that dude's
and so
allegiance.
I feel like there
We have no idea where JD Vance's allegiances lie. It's all an act. I mean, just don't believe it.
is the possibility, but it's 1 against 2. 2 potentials that are not great, 1 potential. So I told you, super gay analogy. I get it. But Star Wars, I see him as the potential kind of, Anakin, Darth Vader, that maybe he does join the dark side, and he does some damage, but at the end he realizes, remembers his natural affections, and he sees heritage Americans and Christians being persecuted, and he picks up the emperor and throws him over the rail. That's my hope. So that's not my prediction. It's my hope. So in that sense, I like the guy, but I definitely see the potential danger.
I mean,
JD Vance.
should be a chill
So
stream
when it
tonight,
comes
for
to
sure.
JD Vance, I mean, where even to begin? Because there's a lot of ground
Where
to
even
cover.
to
There's a
begin?
relationship with Peter Thiel, which is very suspicious to say the least, and it's a very important relationship. That's kind of the defining relationship, not only of his political career, but also even of his career in the private sector. So Thiel is not just a patron in politics, but he's truly like a mentor, arguably like a father figure. I don't know if he would characterize it that way, but Peter Thiel really laid the groundwork for Vance's entire rise in venture capital through to the Senate seat
Looking for that
and then
chat
to becoming the vice president. So like you said, there's a relationship not only with Thiel, but with little tech, with the Silicon Valley, the tech bros. And then there's the book. Hillbilly Elegy, which is the jumping off point, and it's his biography or his autobiography. And, you know, we have to talk about the conception of the book, like how it came to be, and the message of the book, because it's very important. There's like, if the book is funded, there's a reason why, and why that story. And there's a very interesting answer to that question. And then, in my opinion, there's his conversion. And by his conversion, not his conversion to Catholicism, ostensibly, you know, he claims to have converted, and maybe that's true, but it's his conversion to Trumpism. Because
he was an anti-Trumper.
He was a never-Trumper and called Trump a Nazi, and he voted for the third-party candidate in 2016, Evan McMullin, who was run by Bill Kristol. So to kind of take it piece by piece, I mean, my history with Vance, because there is a history, is that in 2022, I set up a program called America First Candidates, because I wanted to get involved in politics. I saw what happened in the first term, and I said that Trump really needs like a vanguard in Congress. It's not just enough, clearly, to have the guy at the top. We need America First guys in the House and the Senate. And I liked Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Greene at that time. I said, we need people like that.
I like Matt Gaetz.
I like Matt Gaetz a lot, and he's been really solid lately. And although after he's out of Congress, he goes full red pill, it's like, you know, it would have been good earlier, but that's okay. So we were looking for people like that. And I asked around, and I knew people that were running Peter Thiel's outfit, his political outfit back then. Peter Thiel was a major force in 22. He was one of the biggest individual donors in the 22 midterm cycle. Millions of dollars into Senate races, House races, into art shows, parties in New York, magazines. And Thiel's richer than people know. They say that he's a low billionaire, you know, maybe he's got $10 billion, but if you factor in his crypto investments off the books, he might be one of the richer people in the world. So he is pouring money in order to secure the ascendancy of his people, which are J.D. Vance and Blake Masters, but also his loyalists. And he's trying to create a political ecosystem, Sovereign House in New York City, which is a venue where they host art shows and parties. Passage Press, which they publish Curtis Yarvin's blog, Unqualified Reservations, and Steve Saylor, among many other things. So this is the context in 22. There's all this money pouring in to kind of fashion this new ideology they're calling national conservatism. And it went over a few different iterations. They called it populist nationalism. They called it multiracial working class populism, which is no joke what they called it.
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's brutal. But Bannon was he was pushing that. National conservatism, which I believe they founded in 22 with Yoram Hazony at Edmund Burke Society. That's the parent organization. And out of this, you get Masters, Blake Masters, who's a student of Thiel in Arizona, and Vance in Ohio. And I was basically recommended that I should get behind Vance. So I did my due diligence, and I go through his Wikipedia, and I find he's at the American Enterprise Institute, which is like one of the worst nonprofits in America. They're huge behind the war in Iraq. It's all neocons. I see that he's at CNN. He's got a position at CNN. He's got a Netflix documentary. He's at the Aspen Institute promoting his book. These are all like globalist, liberal institutions. I'm thinking, okay, so this can't really be our guy. I was very, very skeptical. In the end, I came down on his side and endorsed him, only after he went in favor of a ban on pornography. And he defended me getting back on Twitter and also defended me when I was put on the no-fly list. So I felt out of some obligation, you know, maybe I owed him. So in the end, I did relent and I endorsed him. But then I started to understand the bigger picture here, the bigger story, which is that the relationship, not just with Peter Thiel, but his other mentor, runs very deep. And maybe we could start there. So where does J.D. Vance actually come from? First of all, he was never really poor. He actually came from a relatively middle-class, upper-middle-class background. He did come from a broken home, but they were relatively well-to-do. His name isn't even J.D. Vance. That's not his birth name. His birth name,
Vivek.
yeah, his name was Vivek. But he goes through a series of different names. He's J.D. Hamill for some years. Only after he writes the book does he become Vance. And even before he ever met Peter Thiel, he actually had a different mentor. He comes out of the U.S. Marine Corps, where, by the way, he was a journalist there.
Right.
I think everyone thinks when you're a Marine, you're shooting guns and running missions.
I knew that.
Yeah.
It's not like Tim Walz. It's not truly stolen valor. But, but I knew that he wasn't combat.
Right, like Pete Buttigieg or others, like he's in a non-combat role. He's writing press releases for the military, which is sort of interesting. He goes to Yale. And Yale, for those that don't know, is this is like a pretty spooked up organization. The CIA does a lot of recruiting at Yale. You have secret societies like Skull and Bones. You get the Bush family coming out of Yale, a lot of American royalty. And it's when Vance is leaving the Marines and entering Yale that he starts writing for a website run by David Frum. David Frum is a Jewish neocon, speechwriter for George W. Bush. And he's as bad as it gets. Like, he's on the same level as a Bill Kristol. He's on the same level as any other rhino, pro-war, establishment Republican, literally a Bush alum. And Vance is writing for Frum's website. And at this time, he's mid-20s. He has no political career. He's applying for school. And he's writing articles in defense of the war in Iraq. He's writing articles in favor of environmentalism and these kinds of things. And Frum is his mentor.
Guys, let's be honest, quite literally everything in our society today, unfortunately, is fake and gay. And I mean that literally. The food that we eat, the skin products that we use, it's all fake. It's all infused with unnatural chemicals that in the immediate, the short, JOEL 20. Check it out today.
Later on, Frum writes this big piece, which you can find in The Atlantic, after Vance became a Trump supporter, and it's a retrospective. And Frum talks about his time mentoring Vance. And he believed, even when Vance was a nobody, we're talking like the early 2010s, when Vance isn't even at Yale yet, Frum is writing about Vance like he's going to be the future president, which is really weird because this is just some random guy who was writing press releases in the military, some random from Ohio, writing blog posts that are getting no traction. This is before he wrote the book. And Frum is saying about Vance at the time, this guy is going to be the future Republican president. And in particular, he will deliver the rabble-rouser Tea Partiers back into the hands of the moderate Republican establishment.
Wow.
He says that because there's this crisis where you have the Tea Party and Sarah Palin, and the Republican base is like xenophobic, Islamophobic. Like they are what they are. They are, the establishment of the GOP is like William F. Buckley. They're very elitist. They're very wealthy. They represent the corporate interest. The base is populist. They're extremely conservative. Culturally, in terms of their religion, economically, they're populist. And so Frum, as a Bush alumnus, is saying Vance is going to be the guy. He's not only going to be the president one day as a Republican, but he's going to lead as a millennial the kind of rabble-rouser, burn-it-all-down Republicans back into like a moderate conservatism that is environmentally conscious, that is like in favor of America being the policeman of the world, this kind of stuff. Why? David Frum.
How did he see that?
Well, he says, and this is the thing that sticks out in my mind. He says, Vance's biographical credibility is what will deliver them. What's biographical credibility? It's his story.
Because
They're
almost like
counting on that
selected.
story.
So it's like what I said is like,
That just
this is
sounds
concerning
crooked to me,
Peter
man.
Thiel, the Tech Bros. This is concerning your son is Vivek, your wife is Hindu. But there's one hopeful thing. But what you're saying is the one hopeful thing is not an accident. He was selected because of it.
Yes, because that story, and think of it, what was the story of Obama, Trump? The story is of the white working class.
Right.
These like and Sam Francis called them the middle American radicals. And these are people that are maybe not even necessarily Christian. Their party affiliation may not even necessarily be Republican. And maybe they voted Democrat, but they're culturally conservative. Like they want to say Merry Christmas. It's the Trump base. It's those that went for Obama in 08, but went for Trump in 16. That's the question. Whoever controls them kind of controls the destiny of America. And Fromm said Vance can appeal to them because he's from Ohio. He's from the Rust Belt. He's a casualty. He's like a Purple Heart in the war on the white working class. And so if he can tell them the story about his Meemaw and drug addiction and fentanyl and poverty and, the casualties of globalization, he can earn their trust and deliver them. So Fromm tells him to write this book. Amy Chua, who's at Yale, she wrote Tiger Mom.
Chua, is that in the Civil War registry?
Yeah. Yeah, I think she's a founding stock. Yeah. Amy Chua, she's YouTube Asian. She's a Tiger Mom. She's the author of the book, Tiger Mom. Okay. She's got her own connections to the CIA and, the defense apparatus. She encourages Vance to write the book. She also sets Vance up with Usha, his future wife, who's also a Yale Law School student. And so does Peter Thiel. And so Vance writes Hillbilly Elegy. And let's just stop and talk about what Hillbilly Elegy is about. It's his story.
I never read it. I never watched the movie.
White people.
Yeah, and
couldn't do it.
Yeah, the movie's rough.
It seems like no offense. Like I didn't do it because I knew the conspiracy that Vance would be president one day and he'd do I literally didn't watch it because I'm not a girl. You know what I mean? I mean, it really does seem like a chick flick.
Totally. Well, it's sappy. It reminds me of like a book that Michelle Obama would write.
Yeah.
It's like a New York Times bestseller. It's a tearjerker.
Maybe with less grammar errors.
Yeah. Less ebonics. Less. Well, I never know though. In Ohio, they kind of, they might have their own Appalachian dialect, but the thrust of the book, if you read any excerpt from it or even watch the movie, he writes about why he married an Indian woman. He said that he wanted to get as far away as possible from his relatives.
I've heard this.
Because they're failures.
So the one thing that I think a lot of guys would be hoping for is like, look, we'll overlook the marriage to, again, not just marriage to a different race, but someone like from a different country. And the biggest thing is a different religion.
You see, they have
like as far as,
and
I've heard people say like, well, she's
easy
converted to Catholicism.
to relate with somebody when you're both avid advocates at as well of the same exact political movement. So that doesn't really surprise me. Now, when you saw him at the club in Miami, it's obvious. It's very obvious. It's just like I'm the exact same way. I just want to get the hell out of that room. I do not like being in loud rooms, all kinds of people, none of them I know. I just, lights shining everywhere, people spilling shit. Ugh, not into it. It's not my forte.
Is that true?
No, she's Hindu.
So you're unequally yoked. I mean, just biblically speaking, I'm a pastor. I can, you'll have to humor me. I can't help it. But like, that's a, he should not have married her.
No, absolutely not.
He should not have married her. And he should be, as a husband, I mean, only Christ, the Holy Spirit has to regenerate and, the heart. So I understand like J.D. Vance can't save his wife, but I mean, that should be like his number one vocation in life is like, my wife's going to hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm certainly not going to memorialize the fact that my wife literally worships false gods by naming my son after that heritage and culture. And like, but all that being said, that's concerning enough in and of itself. But, but I felt like, but he's quintessential America. It's like the Superman, right? He doesn't come from Manhattan. He comes from Kansas,
right.
It's like, yes, like quintessential
I know
America,
what you mean, where you're
farm boy,
I'm the same way.
And so like that,
and
for a lot of guys, a lot of my friends, and even myself,
that's
it's like,
my shit.
Okay, so he married the Hindu, not great, but he's quoting Aquinas, natural affections, these kinds of things. And he's from Appalachia. I mean, goodness gracious. He's from Ohio, and like, this is our guy who just made a mistake in marriage, whatever. But when I heard that, because what you just said, I heard before, and maybe I heard it from you. I don't know, but if it's not just a mistake in marriage, right? I mean, you're 21, you're in college, you fall in love, you know, and maybe you're not a devout Catholic at the time, you know, and later on you realize this was a mistake. But I mean, even the Catholic and Protestant ethic would be, if you are unequally yoked and your spouse leaves you, then to let them go to strive to be at peace with all men, 1 Corinthians 7. But if they're willing to remain with you peaceably, then you maintain the marriage. Mm-hmm. It is your spouse is not a Christian, but it is a legitimate marriage. Therefore,
so. I mean,
if
honestly,
it wasn't, then the children would be
Master
spiritual bastards. You know, but Paul literally says that.
Did you change that because that's a Scottish last name and a Scottish first name? Cameron is extremely Scottish. I have a cousin that, you know, last name Duncan, first name Cameron. You know, so he's like pure. Well,
just with one believing parent, the children are holy. Mm-hmm. So that like remaining in the marriage would be so. So that was my thought.
You want to learn.
He made a mistake.
It's about learning.
It was a sin, and that's not being hyperbolic. It is a sin to marry an unbeliever. But there's a difference in I sinned by entering a marriage versus the marriage being illegitimate and being in a continual state of ongoing sin. And the Catholic position, Protestant position is he's not in sin. He sinned, but he's not sinning.
Right.
Right. And so then I was willing to, okay, so now let's go back to his story arc, his origin story, you know, well, quintessential American. But if he literally, it wasn't just a mistake, but he intentionally married her because the one good thing he's got going for him, he hates.
Yes.
Yeah. I hate that I'm quintessential American. Then I'm like, what?
Yeah.
No,
it's so over.
It's in defiance. It was like a defiant
and
act.
He said that?
Yes, it's in his book. He says, I went as far as I could go.
Piss up a rope.
He said, because I associated my family and my surroundings with everything that I didn't like, which is, and why did he have this spite and animosity towards his family? That's the crux of it. He says it's because they blamed everyone else for their own failures. They are poor, drug addicted, etc., and it's their fault because they messed up. Now,
how arrogant
was his family black?
Dude.
Damn.
That's good. No, they're white, obviously, but this is really at the center of all of it, of the Trump revolution, which is like after the Cold War was won, what did the country do? Free trade, foreign wars, mass migration. 1990 Immigration Act, that's really the one that opened up the floodgates. That's what created H-1B, H-1A, H-2A. That is what opened up.
Is that Reagan? Or that
was Bush.
Oh, that was Bush.
And
Reagan was the amnesty laws.
Yes, Reagan was the
turned
amnesty.
California, ironically, blue forever.
Right.
Quintessential boomer.
Yes.
Right? Accomplishing something and then ensuring that the thing you had could never be had again.
Slamming the door shut. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So Reagan delivers the amnesty. You get the 1990 Immigration Act. And then shortly afterward, you get NAFTA. And what they said about NAFTA is you'd hear a giant sucking sound of all the jobs being sucked out of America to Mexico when you open up trade between America and Mexico. And of course, even opening it up to China and offshoring all the manufacturing to China. America was a manufacturing country until 25 years ago.
I remember when the only shit China made was fucking injection molded like lizards and stuff, children toys. They would all be made in China. Nothing of value was made in China. It was all made in America, made in Japan, or made in Germany. Man alive, dude. We had it made in the shade, in there like swimwear, and we gave it all up for cheap Chinese products. It's a fucking shame, man.
Was wrought
absolute travesty
in Ohio and Michigan and all these, and it's not just some of these actions, but they accelerated it, is that government policy destroyed the small and medium-sized towns. They destroyed manufacturing, which was the lifeblood of these small and medium-sized towns. It was free trade, mass migration, which is cheap labor. That's the same word for cheap labor.
Portland, Oregon.
In China.
Dude, I was literally talking to my brother and my dad about Portland, Oregon and Portland, Maine. Rough towns to be a conservative in.
Or from Mexico coming here, or in Mexico through NAFTA. and the foreign wars, then sending these people to go die in the Middle East. This is what has created the situation for white people, mostly in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, for that matter. And what the elites are trying now to do to the white people is say, if you're a failure, you can blame no one but yourself.
You know what? It is social safety net for everybody but white people. And you know what we get? Radical individualism. You're on your own, fellas. Sink or swim. If you don't make it, that's on you. Never mind that we're giving fucking money hand over fist out the back door to everybody who hasn't paid into the kitty, who hasn't kicked into the coffer, hasn't anteed up into the pot. Meanwhile, my fucking blood has fought, bled, and died for this country, and they won't give me shit. I mean, when I was starting a business at 18, there is no grants. There are no, if you're anything but a white male, you're fucking golden. Dude, they'll give you 20 grand to start a farm, a business, any kind of business. You could start a fucking flower shop and they'll give you money. But not if you're a white man.
It's not because we sent the jobs overseas. It's not because we opened up the floodgates to infinite labor and immigration. It's because you didn't pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yep.
So now you want to blame immigrants and globalism
You
and blame
racist.
the Chinese. Well, why don't you look in the mirror and get off the drugs?
That's why
Racist.
I ended up parting ways with a lot of older guys that I still love and still respect, you know, ministers and pastors.
It became, you know, it didn't just become too expensive just out of the blue. You know, it was like a confluence of a confluence of things. Them shipping jobs overseas, you know, like there's a lot less money in our economy because it's overseas. You know, and amongst other things, like what was that, the trade agreement, the NW or the North American Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and you know we were getting undercut by cheap Chinese garbage. It's not that it was too expensive. Our government was not protecting our industry, and it got slaughtered. It went defunct.
Like I understand.
And do you think China would allow that to happen if we tried it? Fuck no. Us in England are the only fucking ducks stupid enough to let that shit go down.
Mentality.
I mean, because that's how we became the economic powerhouse, the manufacturing powerhouse of the world. We snaked it from England because they didn't put tariffs. They were all about the free market, and it cost them their empire.
No one. But we actually do believe that victim is a legitimate category.
Yes.
There are victims.
Yes.
Irina, it's like, well, you know, it's kind of her fault. No, it is not her fault. She's a victim. Victims do exist. I mean, you just read the Bible and you're like, oh, these guys are the bad guys. These guys, they're not sinless. Like nobody's perfectly innocent. Everybody has faults. Everybody sinned, all have fallen short of the glory of God. But there actually are, whether it's nation to nation or individual with individual, there actually are bad guys and there actually are victims. And I ended up having to part ways with some of the older guys who
I didn't touch anything.
it's one thing to say, hey, you can't just live under a victim mentality your whole life. I agree. But it got to the point where they wouldn't even validate the fact that somebody had been wronged in the first place, specifically younger generation. And I look at like Gen Z and no, it's well, they're lazy. Yeah, that's what they always said about millennials. Millennials are lazy. And some of them are. Yeah, sure.
No,
you know,
they had their
they're
jackboot on our
Some
neck.
of them are. But no, like it is objectively harder to own a home, have a wife, have kids than it was in the 80s. It's
Right.
not just like, oh, well, you know, like there's always been inflation. Like, okay, dude, let's break it down. Here's the average job and what it pays, wages, and here's the average cost of a house. Let's do it proportionally, you know, like with inflation, all those kind of things. What with a mortgage, the average mortgage, what percentage of a paycheck, the average paycheck does it take today, and what was it in the 80s?
Right.
Oh, it's way harder. So, and if you're not willing to look at younger men, like I look at younger men, and I say, guys, yeah, it's not right. It's not just unfair. It's wicked. It was malicious. It was calculated. It was intentional. They hate you. They absolutely hate you. And but I need you to work really, really hard. Breaking news: you're fat.
Dude, come on.
And so am I. Let's just be honest. I'm sitting here recording a commercial,
milking the shit out of this.
His biographical credibility is to kind of put a arm around the shoulder of his fellow white Appalachians or Rust Belt white people and say, you're the problem. Like, it's your fault.
Really?
Yeah.
You
Because
need to
that's,
just
I
shut
mean,
up
if that's
and
the
go
message of
sit
the
in a
book,
corner
which is,
and die.
I married
Accept
so
it.
far outside my race because my own people are these terminal failures.
I'm embarrassed by them.
Yes, this toxic culture. And what is an elegy? It's like a message at a funeral. It's like a message of something that's dying. And so he's telling his fellow hillbillies, like,
done.
God.
You never know, man. You never know. Stranger shit has happened, for sure. I mean, there could be some crazy war tomorrow. A nuke could go off. And you know what I mean? Like, bro, crazier stuff has happened. We've had plagues and shit just pop up out of nowhere and kill a third of the human race. So, I mean, let's withhold judgment. I'm definitely pessimistic with you, but I refuse to say they're done, they're cooked, that's it. Stick a fork in them. They're Europeans, and, they've been down and out before.
We can't blame immigrants. We can't blame the cosmopolitan elites who have done this. We have to blame ourselves. And so this book comes about in 2016. Now, at this point, this is maybe like a nice segue, but that's the point of the book, is like it has this significance about the American electorate and the globalization, which has ruined America. And now the reaction then is Trump. So the book comes at this momentous time when the middle American radicals are coming with the pitchforks and torches in the form of Trumpism, because Trump is breathing life into this and saying, you got robbed. Like, our country isn't great. The elites wrecked it they made bad deals because they're not smart, because they're bribed. And so why are we in the Middle East still? We said we've been there for 20 years. We don't even have it. And, China took our jobs. Mexico, so Trump is animating them against the system at the same time that Vance was supposed to do the opposite. He was supposed to sort of guide them back into the system and get them to trust the system. So it's at this time that Vance meets Peter Thiel at Yale. Peter Thiel goes to Yale Law School and gives a talk and meets Vance. And Vance describes this as the most important thing that ever happened in his life.
Wow.
Meeting Peter Thiel. And they start an email correspondence. Vance finishes at Yale Law School, and one of his first jobs, he works in, I think he works as a lawyer for a short time. Then he goes to Silicon Valley.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Grass. I mean, we're not fortune tellers here, and there have been worse. It's not like they're the Byzantine Empire where there's no violence yet. I mean, there's a lot left in the tank. It's not over.
And
I don't think it would be right of us to just write our brothers off that way.
The guy that runs that company has since said he only gave Vance that job.
I heard that he barely showed up to the office.
This is a different one.
Oh, okay.
This is his very first job before he got into venture capital. The boss of this company said, I didn't even know who Vance was. I gave him the job as a favor to Peter Thiel.
Right.
And then Peter Thiel hires him or gets him a job at another venture capital firm. Eventually, Vance.
It's a good point, but, well, and I don't really I'm not trying to disagree with you, but we haven't even begun to fight, man. Seriously.
To Mithril Capital, which is Thiel's VC firm. And this is a no-show job. That's where his colleagues say, we never even saw him in the office. He never showed up.
Right.
Why? This is when he releases the book.
So he's basically being paid to sit at home and write the book.
He gets a sinecure. Thiel sets him up while Vance is going around to the Aspen Institute. He's going around to CNN promoting the book. And the purpose of the book, according to David Frum, Amy Chua, and Thiel, was to pave the way for him to be the future president. This is like his Obama dreams of my father. This is like meant to endear him to the public, because that's his claim to fame. Otherwise, who is he? He's a Marine, Yale-educated lawyer. The book and the TV show and the interviews, the New York Times bestseller, he's the Trump whisperer. This is his claim to fame and his launch pad to become the president. And Thiel basically paves the road for him. gives him this job and the position to promote it. It's a no-show job. And of course, it doesn't work out because Trump runs on the opposite platform of what Vance is promoting. So Trump throws a wrench into David Frum and Vance and Thiel's plan because Trump, like I said, he's breathing life into the grievances of the white people. And they recognize this. And so after Trump wins the election, and of course, Vance is adamantly against Trump. He's marketed as the Trump whisperer, that he is one of the disaffected white people, but he also is educated at an Ivy League school, so he could speak to the elites. He can translate to CNN their grievances. He's the mediator. And by the way, Vance doesn't vote for Trump. He votes for Evan McMullin, a CIA agent who was run as a spoiler by Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol's a Jewish neocon, friend of David Frum. He wanted Trump to lose by any means necessary. They ran this guy in Utah to deprive Trump of Utah, which might have cost him the election in a certain timeline. Anyway, Trump wins the election. Vance convenes a meeting after Trump's inauguration in D.C., and he invites all his closest friends.
I got it.
And Frum describes the meeting years later and says it was never spoken aloud, but everyone understood this was a Vance for president meeting in 2017.
Really?
After the inauguration of Trump. And this is damage control. They're trying to figure out how, after we were never Trump and called him a Nazi and voted for Evan McMullin.
Right. How do you pivot from
How
that?
do you pivot? Because Trump just became the president. And so this is like a war committee, a war room to figure out in the late 2020s and the early 2030s how he's going to run for president. And I think what the idea was kind of like a wait and see approach. Maybe they thought Trump would crash and burn.
Right.
Because Vance is still attacking Trump after Charlottesville, which is August 2017. And right up through 2018 and 2019, Vance is on Trump's case. I think then he realizes Trump isn't going anywhere. So he moves to Ohio, buys a house there, and he starts being really pro-Trump. And then in 2022, Vance is going to run for Senate. I think he starts in 2021 is when they start doing the exploratory. They run in the Senate primary, and they realize we got a problem on our hands, which is that Trump has not gone away.
Yeah, well, and think about this, Europeans are the only people on planet Earth that can create value from nothing. Everybody else has to go scratch around in the fucking dirt to make money. We make money with our fucking brains, man. We invent YouTube. We invent automobiles. We invent shit other human beings wish to purchase. They go dig in the goddamn ground and sell us what they find. That's the difference. That is the difference. That's what, I mean, really, that's all that needs to be said. That's a pretty big gulf.
Trump is going to be a force in the 22 midterms, even after J6 and everything. So Vance recognizes I can't win the Ohio Senate primary between the Republicans without Trump's endorsement. So Peter Thiel picks up the phone and he calls Trump. And Peter Thiel arranges a meeting, and Peter Thiel was one of Trump's original donors, and he's going to be giving a lot in 22 in the cycle. So he's got some motion. He's got clout with Trump. Thiel arranges a meeting between Vance and Trump in Mar-a-Lago, I believe in the summer of 2022, to iron out the differences. And Vance apologizes, and Trump graciously accepts him back into the fold.
Trump, it's so funny because people will be like, oh, he's mean. I feel like one of Trump's biggest failures is he's actually too forgiving.
100%. 100%. Yes. He talks himself up.
Oh, you stabbed me in the back, but you said you're sorry.
Yes. Yeah. And, he would talk years ago like, I never forget who's wronged me, and I can't wait.
I wish.
All talk.
I wish.
Yeah, me too. All talk. So Trump immediately forgives him and then endorses Vance. Peter Thiel gives Vance $15 million.
It was the biggest, from what I read, it was the biggest donation
Bet your
for any
ass it's
Senate
facts,
race.
man.
Yes.
I've thought about
Huge.
this shit quite a bit.
$15 million for Blake Masters, $15 million for Vance.
All the money in the world, it starts in America and in Europe. Chinese people don't invent shit. They steal what we invent and then resell it. Indians don't invent shit. they farm the earth. I mean, even Russians don't really invent shit.
And Thiel secured Trump's endorsement through a personal favor. I can't speak to the details of that, but it was Thiel that got him the endorsement, which got him the nomination from the GOP, and that's what secured his entry into the Senate. So in 22, and this is, by the way, a big deal because this was a competitive race in a major state, and you're talking about a statewide office. Most people don't go from nobody to senator.
Right.
Maybe they start in the House, especially someone with no real name recognition. Vance goes from never Trumper nobody, anti-Trump nobody, to Trump-endorsed senator from Ohio. Then, after 2 years, he gets tapped to be the nominee for vice president of the United States. Think about that. So he gets seated in the U.S. Senate in January 2023. In July 2024, he's tapped by Trump. That's a fast ascendancy. And how did that happen? Well, we talked about in a different episode about the fundraiser at David Sachs' house.
Right.
Vance, his patron is Peter Thiel. Obviously, Thiel gave him the sinecure at the venture capital firm. Thiel got him his first job. Thiel gave him $15 million, got him the Trump endorsement. And who is Peter Thiel? Well, he made his fortune first with PayPal,
Right.
then with Palantir.
So he's friends with Sachs and those guys.
He's friends with all of them. He's from the PayPal Mafia. All the guys that founded PayPal
Mafia. That's
in
what my dad
2000,
always
they
calls
went and
it.
founded all the big tech companies.
PayPal.
Musk had like a
Mafia.
falling out for a while though with some of the
Yes, with Peter Thiel.
How about now? Are they still severed or?
They seem to be cooperating.
Okay.
But I think there's still maybe a rivalry there.
I think Musk has problems, but I definitely like him a lot more than Peter Thiel.
Me too.
Yeah.
But they all come from the same place. I mean, David Sachs,
really
Joe Lonsdale, who runs the Founders
shit's
Fund,
set up
and he came in
sweet,
PayPal a little later. Reid Hoffman, all these guys were at PayPal from the beginning. And then there's kind of this explosion and they all.
Yeah, well, those chosen ones, E equals MC square. Yeah, good for them. They could have never built the son of a bitch. Really. They have, they have a few things that they've offered up, mostly ideas and mostly bad ideas. Communism. There's one. There's a couple others too. Socialism, communism. Marx was a Jew. He was not a German. He was a Jew. Straight up. And capitalism, that's like an English, that was like what John Locke and, the guy, I forget what's his name, he wrote The Wealth of Nations, as well as a Greek, democracy was Greek, republic was Roman, and then the free market capitalism, that was, what's his name? It's not Locke, Adam Smith. I believe he was a Scotsman as well. Which, all the best guys were Scotsmen. Hume, Adam Smith, you already know.
And it's also incestuous. They all invest in each other's companies, on the boards, advising each other's companies.
Thank you.
So they're all part of that's why they call it a mafia, because they're like a gang and they all work together. And that's Peter Thiel. So if Thiel endorses Vance, Vance's card that he gets to play, it's not just Thiel, but it's the whole Silicon Valley apparatus. It's Palantir, and Palantir is deeply connected with Anduril, which is a drone company, and they're deeply connected with Andreessen Horowitz, which they're connected to all the different tech companies. And so Vance and his backers want him to be the VP because he will be their man for little tech. Not just for all of Silicon Valley, like Facebook and Google. He'll be the man for the new generation of disruptive, the next wave of tech companies, the drone, AI, the software
ones that
companies.
Are gonna be really
He's going to be their
powerful,
man.
that have
and
AI.
in particular, what will he do? Give them the federal contracts, give them favorable regulation, get their personnel inside the Department of War, inside the administration, and then eventually he'll be the president and have even more power.
It sounds like you should be speaking out against Palantir, but to hedge your bets, you should probably buy some stock.
Yeah, hey, not a bad idea.
So if you lose with what you're actually trying, I still win.
Yeah, hey, would have been smart to do that during the election because they went up 100%.
Dude, crazy.
Yeah, but so Vance starts working his connections in Silicon Valley. And in 16 and in 20, Silicon Valley was decisively behind the Democrats. Zuckerberg Chan Foundation put $300 million for get out the vote for the Democrats in 2020, which is kind of like an unreported, like a donation in kind. In 24, Vance gets them to go behind Trump. And Jacob Hellberg, who's gay married to Keith Raboy, who's another big Silicon Valley guy at Facebook. They're gay together. They're both Jewish. Jacob Hellberg becomes the first big donor to Trump. He maxes out the contribution for the Joint Fundraising Committee. He leads the way. And Hellberg becomes a big advisor to Trump on AI, on tech. In June, Vance coordinates this fundraiser at David Sacks' house. And all the big tech people are there writing big checks. They raise millions of dollars. They get Trump on the All In podcast. And that was a big reason why Trump tabbed Vance, because Trump needed money. You need money to be president. And by the way, David Sacks is like a representative of Elon Musk also, because in 2023, when Ron DeSantis announced his primary campaign, it was David Sacks hosting a Twitter space with DeSantis and Elon Musk.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
On the X platform. So if you're getting Vance, you're getting Thiel, you're getting Sacks, and with Sacks, you're getting Musk, you're getting Andreessen Horowitz, you're getting hundreds of millions of dollars into the coffers of Trump. So it's this reason that Trump taps Vance, because he's going to have all the Silicon Valley money. And he picks Vance a few days after he gets shot.
Right.
He gets a call from Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and Tucker Carlson, and they're all beckoning him. You have to support Vance for VP, because if you don't, the deep state will kill you.
Right. No, I remember that. That was the rhetoric was, if you pick, a neocon, Nikki Haley or something like that, then they'll literally kill you, and because they'd be happy with your replacement. But Vance is so based, and he's so this and that, to where like they'd be worried, like he'd be even more hardcore than you.
Yes.
And so they'll keep you alive.
And it's like, is that true? Because if Vance is a pawn of Palantir and Anduril, which are defense contractors and intelligence contractors, wouldn't the deep state prefer Vance over Trump? Maybe they'd even prefer him over any of the other picks that Trump could have had for vice president.
Dr. Zhivago.
So, it's very strange because, the ascendancy is so conspicuous. This guy, every step of the way, is being groomed and artificially boosted by these powerful forces and the forces run through Yale and Stanford, these elite academic institutions. It runs through Silicon Valley, these intelligence contractors like Palantir and Anduril. It runs through the richest people in the world, the billionaires like Elon Musk, and even the nonprofits, the media, Netflix, CNN, American Enterprise Institute. And what I try to tell people is, think about the contrast between this story and Trump. Everyone was against Trump. The Vatican was against Trump. The Republicans were against Trump. The Democrats, Wall Street was against Trump. Ken Griffin was going to jump ship on Trump after 2021 from Citadel. Whereas Vance, it's the reverse. Trump was a famous billionaire that they had to acquiesce to because he led the people in a populist revolt against the system. Vance is an artificial creation of the system, of the next wave of elites, of Peter Thiel, of all these different institutional forces. And so you have this betrayal where Trump is running for his second term on a platform of vengeance, and we're going to finish what we started, and we didn't do enough, we didn't go far enough the first time, and he rewards as his successor and heir apparent as the vice president a never-Trumper who voted for Evan McMullin, who could not be more fake and artificial, And
Yeah, and
that
Charlie
Musk and
Chaplin's
Teal and
daughter,
Sachs
Geraldine
were
Chaplin,
licking their
was in
lips,
it.
like they are
Oh,
licking their chops at
and you know
the.
what's funny? The guy that played Geraldine Chaplin and Omar Sharif's father. I was watching a movie called Four Feathers today, done by Zoltan Korda. God, from 1939. It was such a good story about the reconquest of the Sudan in the 1800s, where they retook Khartoum.
The thought that
Oh,
their
just
guy will
amazing
inherit the
film.
Trumpist revolution. He will be the successor. And Trump will sunset one way or another in 2029, and most
Dude,
likely
there's a
Vance
shit ton of European thinkers. You've got Goethe, uh, um, what's his name? The French poet, or he wrote the poet, and then you have like Adam Smith, John Locke, Hegel, Kant. Um, Hobbes is a little dark. I mean, they just go on and on and on. There's so many of them. Schopenhauer. I mean, just the Asians have Confucius, and I guess the Middle Easterners have Muhammad, I suppose.
be the nominee and then the guy.
I mean, we have Mark Twain.
And then I think it's helpful to talk about Peter Thiel and what they represent.
Henry Ford.
Yeah, talk about
and
it.
how they come from the neocons, because
before we do, quick intermission. But are you really going to vote for Gavin Newsom?
I don't know. I don't think I will.
Please don't. I ran out of California.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Gavin Newsom, the dude is, he's terrible. I do understand the sense that, like he didn't marry a Hindu.
Mm-hmm.
He's not in the pocket of Peter Thiel. Like, I get it. You make a compelling argument. But, this is the guy who was dining at the French Laundry as me and everybody else is locked in our homes and told that we can't do church.
Right.
Surely, I understand the political strategy. I also understand that I'm ruining the strategy right now by bringing it up because it defeats the whole purpose.
Oh, shit. William Shakespeare? That ring a bell? Fuck. That dude is like the greatest writer of all time. Him, and then you have Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, and then they have Romans, Plutarchus, and then there's a few plays that were done by the Romans, like the what is it, the Satyricon, which is where the word satire comes from.
But I've got close friends who are like, all right, Joel, I see what you're saying about Nick. I see how he's onto some things, but that's one of the easy cheap shots that people can pick up and be like, nope, Nick is terrible because he said he'll vote for Newsom.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just to show your bona fides.
Yes.
You hate Newsom.
Well, I don't hate anybody. I adamantly disagree with him.
As a candidate, though.
Yeah, as a candidate, I hate what he represents.
His policies, what he represents. You just also very, very much don't like Vance.
Yeah, well, and here's what I would say about that.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Society, real society, has always stood on...
Well, and it's obvious that the Arabs, they kind of struggle with it because, they've been declining since the Crusades. I mean, their heyday, their high watermark was 1,000 years ago.
Accept anything the Republicans give.
Yeah, I know.
And there's some moral hazard there because then they can give us anything they want. And the argument will always be the same.
Shit, and the Indians, the English subjugated them.
Would we have to vote for John McCain?
Right.
Obama was far worse.
Mm-hmm.
Far worse. Would you vote for John McCain, like the worst neocon ever, who's a traitor, who's a songbird? Would you vote for Mitt Romney? Would you vote for George W. Bush? No, I would not vote for Bush, McCain. I wouldn't vote for any of them. Even if we...
Hey, Mark Twain, almost all of the quotes from American literature are like Mark Twain. Like, pretty much. It's kind of astonishing how much that guy said.
Gore or Obama. And, what I would say about, in general, this has been a problem
the
for the
Iliad, I forgot
GOP
Homer
for
in the Odyssey.
generations. And
Shit.
there's a really good piece by Sam Francis.
How could I
in the
forget
night.
that?
Sam Francis is like one of the brilliant paleocons from a different generation whose career was buried actually by Dinesh D'Souza, helped get him canceled.
Really?
Yeah, he lied about him. He defamed him in a book, and it got Sam Francis kicked out of Washington Examiner and ruined his career.
Wow.
It would happen anyway, probably, but he did lie. And anyway, Sam Francis was very close with Patrick Buchanan,
Right.
who was an advisor to Nixon and Reagan, and he ran in 92, 96, 2000. And of course, in 92, Pat Buchanan raised a primary challenge against the incumbent president, George Bush. And Buchanan rallied the populist base. They called them the Buchanan Brigades. And Buchanan came within striking distance of Bush in a number of different primary contests, which is unheard of for an incumbent president to like lose to a challenger. You almost never have a primary when that's the case, when you're the ruling party. And, you know, Pat Buchanan lost. I mean, he eventually dropped
because
out.
of Bill Buckley.
But in the end, he endorsed George Bush. And he spoke at the Republican convention where he endorsed Bush and brought all the Buchanan brigades back onto the Bush campaign. And everyone recognized that Bush was terrible because he raised taxes, he betrayed his constituents. There was so much apathy at 1990 and 1992. And Sam Francis said that was Buchanan's biggest mistake. It was his loyalty to the GOP, which prevented him from actually having a revolutionary movement. And what I saw as Buchanan's mistake, that's where Trump succeeded. Because let's recall, it was Trump who in 2015 said, if I'm not the nominee, I'll run as a third party and I'll ruin this for everybody. And they hated him for that. He was polling at 15 or 20% in the primary. And in the first debate at Fox News, they said,
what, like the
because he was
Kama
threatening
Sutra?
this, they said, raise your hand if you will not pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee. And Trump raised his hand.
Balls for
And
Trump
Brett
to do
Baer
that.
said, so to be
Seriously.
clear, you're saying you will not endorse the nominee.
He was willing to take the whole party down with him if they didn't play ball. That's the kind of politician we need. One that will actually do what he fucking says he'll do.
That Hillary Clinton will win. And Trump said, I perfectly understand. He goes, look, I have a lot of leverage. He said, I want to win as the Republican. He said, but if I don't become the nominee, then I might run as an independent. I have a lot of leverage. And I told them to his face when I had dinner with him, I said, that's how I knew you were serious because you were willing to play the game and say, I'll let the Republican Party crash and burn. You think you control me? You think you have me hostage? I have you hostage. You better make sure I win. Because if I don't win and bring all my people and policies, then nobody wins. And that's what our cucked, sucker Republican base that loses forever, that's what they don't understand.
Yeah,
it's true. Like they're willing to be the idiot every time and say,
we won with
what are we
honor.
gonna do? We have
Dude,
to vote.
Fuck you and your honor.
Because if we
Go
don't, it's our
fucking
fault. I
pound
say if we
sand with
lose,
that
it's
shit.
their fault.
It's pathetic.
Because we want to vote. We want change. They have never delivered it. Where's my border wall?
Got it.
Right.
Why are we still in Iraq? Why do we still have free trade? Where's our tariff schedule? You know, and Trump is working on some of these things, but like that's what I would say for someone like Vance is like.
Yeah, well, they forced him off the map, bro. They squeezed him out of CNN. I mean, they fucked him over and over and over until he walked away.
I'm sorry.
He's an old
man. You
man.
need to convince us to vote for you, not the other way around. So anyway, that would be my rebuttal.
That's a good rebuttal. I've heard you say that very last part. I've heard that before from you. Kind of leaving the door open and saying, yeah, I don't like him. I don't trust him. But there is still 3 years. Is there, like, if Vance just came out and wowed you, you know, I mean, really took a stand, being courageous, it wasn't just manufacture, this or that, did something that, like, really skin in the game, something sacrificial, something that it's clear that it's genuine. Is there any scenario where you would vote for Vance?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. I mean, and you know, anything can happen. Nothing's impossible.
So when you say that, you're just saying the GOP in general has to earn your vote.
Yes.
Just as a principle.
With another candidate.
But in the case of Vance, it's like, no.
No, because I don't trust him.
Okay.
And he strikes me as an Obama-like figure who will do and say anything. And
he does. My wife and I,
Live in 15. That's what Nick just said.
Vice president debate. Or like and my dad even said that. My dad called Obama, like he had some speech, years before he was elected. He was like, he'll be the president.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on the heels of Bush, because, Bush had tons of faults, but I don't think he was an idiot.
No.
But he did kind of talk like one.
Yes.
He had the Southern drawl, and I think people from the South are awesome. I live in Texas, but he didn't sound as polished, or intellectual in the way that he spoke, his accent. And so it kind of made sense that, that Obama would come on the heels of that, that stark comparison of Bush. Like, he would tie his words, like, fool me once, shame on you, 2 times, 3 times a lady, those kind of things. And people would make, Saturday Night Live would do their skits and make fun of him.
No cheat.
But likewise, like Trump, I think is actually a phenomenal speaker, but not polished. He's anything but polished. That's what we love about Trump, that he's not polished. But it does kind of remind me of that scenario of like kind of Bush to Obama, Trump to Vance. Like he is, like he's a great speaker. So anyways, my dad and my wife, like that same kind of feeling with Obama, like seeing that vice presidential debate, and like it wasn't just like, oh, they're gonna win this term. It was like, he's gonna be.
And the reason why I stick up for Buchanan, first of all, he's a Scotsman. Buchanan is one of the major Scottish last names and major clans. But second of all, he was the first fucking dude to stand up for white America, for heritage America. He was the first guy that said, hey, we got a problem here. America don't look like it looked when I was a boy. It's getting out of control. They're shipping our jobs away. They're letting Israel call the shots here. They're bringing in brown people. And we're not having a lot of babies here. He was the first. He was harping on this 15 years before Fuentes was even born, my dudes. And the dude, I mean, didn't he carry like 10 or 20% of the vote? I want to say, I mean, he did pretty decent.
Right. Well, and my connotation with Obama is more negative, which is that he's a freshman senator who was selected rather than elected. He was sort of artificially elevated, really had no business being there.
I'm kind of the same.
And was a Trojan horse, because Obama was a great speaker and created this great movement It was compelling about hope and change. But he didn't deliver change at all. I mean, it was a continuation in almost every way from the previous administration, foreign policy, trade policy, and people could argue he's a radical leftist, but he was constrained by the bureaucracy and the deep state. Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. So I see the same thing in Vance, that and it's so calculated the way that, like, he appeals to people like us, the natural affections.
It definitely is.
I see calculation. I don't see.
Yeah, he, like when he steps up and says, well, I forget what he said about Renee Good, but it just seemed like pandering. Like he is targeting us directly because he knows where his fucking bread is buttered. And I don't like that, and it's like he wants to secure us as a constituency without actually giving us the goods. He just wants to genuflect to us. And he thinks that's all it takes. Hey, if I just say some things, some racist shit, or if I just say some blunt shit about people who aren't white, I'm a shoo-in. The stupid white men, they're going to vote me right in. I'm from Yale, don't you know? Yeah, we'll see about that, you cocksucker.
Anything organic there. I see someone who, and it's helpful maybe to understand the Thiel connection on this particular point. Thiel has absolutely flooded the zone with propaganda. All these Twitter accounts that you think are based frogs, Like, these guys are being paid. They're tweeting 100 times per day. Nobody has time to tweet 100 times per day unless they're getting paid. All these projects by internet eccentrics, they're sinecures. So, you know, Sovereign House, for example, is a venue in New York City where they do the Passage Prize from Passage Press, and they do fashion shows. And Sovereign House is run by Nick Allen and future Moldovan citizen. These are two Teal allies. Nick Allen was involved in Ethereum, future Moldovan citizens involved in the tech world. These are two Teal allies. This is like a Teal cutout. And who goes through there? Everybody. Steve Saylor, Sam Hyde, like all, and I don't think that necessarily Sam is in on it, but it's a venue for all the right-wing people. Passage Press, they hosted the inauguration party with Sovereign House after January 20th, or after Trump's inauguration this year. And Passage Press is run by, they call him Lomez, his real name. He's like a Jewish academic from California. His name's Jonathan Kieperman. They publish Steve Saylor and Curtis Yarvin, both Jewish. Curtis Yarvin is the philosopher of Peter Thiel, the court philosopher of their whole network.
I did a summer school.
And these guys, these are just a few examples.
And I wish that I asked my parents to enroll me there, because I learned more in that summer literature class, I think, than I learned one of the, elementary, middle, or high school. I learned more in one fucking summer in a literature class at a Christian or Catholic school. And in retrospect, I was like in hog heaven, didn't even know it. I mean, the lady, she recommended Ender's Game. I fucking read that shit, like stayed up all night, like twice, and read that. I mean, we read Geoffrey Chaucer, my dudes. I was going from 6th to 7th grade, and we read Geoffrey Chaucer, bro. The Canterbury Tales. Dude, they don't even teach that in college today. Like, you gotta be like an English literature master's or a doctorate to read that shit.
But all this stuff is funded. They all go to each other's events. They all go on each other's podcasts. They're all prolific on Twitter, retweeting and promoting each other in group chats. And the one thing they're all pushing on the internet, astroturfing, is Vance for president. Vance is even better than Trump. Vance is based. And there's a reciprocal relationship where they are unloading the slop to the masses, but it goes the other direction. You think when Vance posts something on Twitter that's based, he's being fed that by these people. It's like you put every part of right-wing Twitter into ChatGPT and said, write a tweet in the voice of J.D. Vance incorporating. So a politician's job, a good one, is to mirror the public, their tastes, their habits, whatever is popular at the moment, whatever is in fashion. When people see Vance and say, oh, that's really funny, that's really based, I like this guy, that's by design. It is being reflected back to you in a funhouse mirror, where it's like you're on Twitter interacting with accounts that you think are organic but are shills, telling you what's cool, what's trendy, what's based. You're interacting with it, and then they're feeding that to Vance to market it to you, and you say, he sounds like my favorite Twitter accounts. He's based. So it's a very sophisticated and convoluted deception, but I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand because I know all the people involved firsthand. I know the people at Sovereign House. I know the people at Passage Press. I know people that were at the party at the inauguration that was co-hosted by them. I know them, and I know that this is how they operate. And so the whole thing is an artifice, and I don't trust anything the guy says.
All right. Well, you will not be voting for Vance in 2028. That's been made abundantly clear. But you do make a compelling case. And a lot of those pieces, some of it I was already aware of from you and from others. But you definitely filled in some of the holes for me. So I appreciate that. I think the listener will be well informed. Is there anybody that you like right now?
No.
It's not.
I don't. I don't think that nobody is going to capture what Trump did.
Yeah.
You know, because you could say Thomas Massey's pretty based, and you could say
he
doesn't have the charisma.
He's a libertarian,
right?
You know what I mean? It's like, and I appreciate. I want to go on record because a lot of people see this. I really do appreciate Thomas Massey. I like him. I don't think I like him for president.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is like everybody's instinct is to say, "Oh, I like what
Marjorie
this guy
Taylor
said."
Greene.
Yeah,
I like her, but I'm not going to have a woman president. I prefer not to have a woman doing what she's doing now.
Yeah, well, and she's a knucklehead anyway. I mean, that's sort of my point. Is there's nobody that is ideologically sound and like president material,
right?
So it would have to be somebody that we don't know about yet, a dark horse.
Yep,
that's the only one I would go for.
Yeah, and then it turns out
I wouldn't
JD
vote for
Vance,
DeSantis. He's a good governor, but
case in point,
wouldn't vote for him.
Is the dark horse that nobody knows about, and then suddenly appears. Turns out they're not much of a dark horse.
Right.
They actually, the reason why they all of a sudden have this quick ascendancy is because they were selected.
Right.
And, so it'd have to really be organic, and that just takes time. I don't think you get that in 2028.
No, I think you're right.
So thanks for the show.
Yeah.
I hope it's been helpful for all the listeners, and we'll see you in the next one.
Absolutely.
For those of you who may not be aware, I have the immense privilege of also serving as president for a sister organization to NXR Studios.
Appreciate you calling me fat. Indeed.
So it's time for another episode of Let's Watch Tom Swarbrick struggle with reality. And in this one, I'm actually kind of disappointed in him because he has decided he's going to invoke the typical libtard question. What is it that you're losing when your country is swamped by immigrants and you don't see anyone who looks like you around anymore? And you're like, wow, I'm not sure this was what I actually wanted. What is it you've actually lost? Now, this is a fundamentally unfair question to ask most people.
Yeah,
because
Nick
most people just simply don't have the rhetoric to be able.
That's the thing, is that's what makes Nick so appealing and so much fun to watch and so much fun to talk to, is that he does get on people's level. Is that he does, he gets down on their level, talks to them where they want to talk. Unless it's his show, or they're looking to him for illumination. And when like the Timcast, the one that he was on, it was horse shit, man, because they wouldn't let him speak. I mean, the part he was talking was just awesome, but just like Tim Pool just running his suck muscle too much. Like he's not all that enlightening, not all that illuminating. He's kind of normy. If you want my opinion, my honest opinion.
To articulate the language, to articulate what it is that they actually mean, in the same way that, people speculate fish don't have a word for water. As in, you live in this culture all the time. You don't have to rationally articulate it. And therefore, when it comes, if someone said, okay, well, I want you to rationally articulate it, you're like, well, it's cricket on a green. It's being polite to the bus driver and things like this. And that sounds kind of stupid. But what it is all instances of when the thing that you're trying to define.
Man, I had this really, really kick-ass thought today when I was watching that movie, Four Feathers. That's what it was called. And Heath Ledger did the remake. But anyway, when I was watching that movie, there was a scene where the star of the movie, he's a captain in the English army, and one of his father, who is a retired retired officer, one of his officer friends has a daughter, and two of the officers' good friends were vying for her affection to marry her, and she chooses Harry Faversham, and the other guy bows out. He bows out. He says, well, it was her decision. It is what it is. And then, he's talking to her and he's like, I sat down and wrote out 40 reasons why you chose Harry over me. And it kind of upsets her, like, no, because she thinks he's going to start rattling them off. And then he says, but then I crossed them out but then I wrote the 41st one that, you know, Ethne loves Harry, and then I crossed the other 40 out, and then she kisses him on the cheek. And it occurred to me, I was thinking, you know, the English, us America, you know, white Americans, we have this profound sense of fair play. You know, we're not enemies. We're not each other's enemies. This isn't a zero-sum game. I can make money and eat, and it doesn't have to, you know, it doesn't have to take away from you. It doesn't have to sabotage you making money and eating. You know, we can both eat and feed our families without fucking each other over, you know? And, you know, it just occurred to me, I was thinking, you know, we really do. And that's not something you see in Europe proper. That is like a uniquely British thing. And then it occurred to me, I was thinking, you know, people, they're always talking shit about white people, like, oh, they're, you know, we're cooked, this, that, the other, you know, we're beta, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, no, no. We just have an extremely profound sense of in-group, out-group. We treat our in-group as though they were family. Truly. Because, you know, we're all just equal parts of a whole. You know, when you do well and I do well, we all do well. And then what these crooked ass, evil politicians did was they brought in a bunch of people who don't have that profound sense of fair play. They brought them in. They put them into school with us and forced us to rub elbows with them. And lo and behold, we consider them the in-group. We treat them as though they were our white brothers. Do they treat us with the same profound sense of fair play? No. No, they don't. They take with both hands. They fuck us, no Vaseline. I mean, I was just thinking, like, you know, that is not our flaw. That is their flaw. We are good people. We are honorable people. You know, human beings flourish in our culture. They're the scum of the earth. They're the flawed human beings. They're the ones that cannot help but fuck everybody around them over. So we are not betas. We are not cucks. We are beloved of God, and we are created in his image. These other people, they're fucking savages. They're cavemen. And they will get theirs.
Has made itself present in your daily life. And this is actually just as reasonable an argument for anything as anything else, obviously. But it's hard for them. It's hard for the person who's being interrogated on the subject to put it across. And it's very easy for the person, very lazy, in fact, for the person who's doing the interrogating to stump them and drive them down into a position where the conversation can't further progress. If anything, one might argue it was done in bad faith.
Yeah, they force us, you know, and there's a reason why we had segregation. It was so that white people were the in-group. Nobody else was allowed to be in the white in-group because how we treat our in-group. Well, they get rid of segregation. It's a setback, but you know, we've been living with black folks for many, many years. Many, many years. We know how to get along. We know how to live amongst them, alongside them. We figured it out. And we actually, I feel like we had a pretty damn good understanding, if you want to know the God's honest truth. Although it probably wasn't getting better, but then they start bringing in Somalians, and these people have a profound sense of hatred for us. They hate our fucking guts.
Tom Swarbrick falling into that, to be honest. Let's have a watch, shall we?
You wouldn't be able to do this in Saudi Arabia.
Dude,
you wouldn't be able to behave. I would not be able to behave as a white Western free British woman
I mean, either you pick up what I'm putting down,
I would not be allowed. I would not be allowed to build a church. I would not be allowed. I wouldn't be allowed to do those things.
But do you
I'm
think
not
that's
saying
the right thing?
Ah, there we go. Right. So she's saying that foreigners who come here from abroad don't behave like British people. And in Saudi Arabia, she wouldn't be allowed to behave like a non-Saudi Arabian. She'd be forced to follow the cultures and customs. And that's actually quite reasonable.
Now you come at me with a decent argument.
If you wanted integration with immigration, you would impose it. You would say, no, you are going to behave like us or you're going to leave. That's what integration might actually look like. It would be, no, you're going to adopt all these cultural practices.
Man, I've been saving it for fucking years,
behind, and you are going to get married to a native of this country.
And it was 10 years old when I opened.
You just can't have integration. If they just carry on all of their old cultural practices from their original homelands, what you have there is colonization. And Tom's saying, like, yeah, but is that the right thing? No, the right thing is colonization, Tom. Is that what you want to hear? The right thing is just allowing them to come here, speak their own language, follow their own laws. Screw it. Well, they can have their Sharia courts. They don't have to follow any of our laws. They don't have to.
It's a super rare tobacco. It's literally only grown in 2 parishes on planet Earth. 2 parishes in Louisiana. One is St. James Parish. I forget what the other one is. But there's like 10 farms that produces the entirety. And American Spirit, if you've ever seen the black pack of American Spirits, that's literally this. It's a Perique blend cigarette, and it's kind of got a kind of a sour, peppery kind of a flavor, like a jalapeno almost. It's very good. It's fucking delicious. I could go on about tobacco for days.
In any way, shape, or form, and we'll just give over swathes of our fucking cities to foreign people who come from other countries that they have the entire dominion of.
I was thinking about that too. People carrying around shit. I was watching Song of the South today. Good old Uncle Remus. Such a good movie. Such a good story. I have the book. There's literally a chapter in that book called The Tar Baby. But it's actually about a baby-shaped glob of tar that a fox sets up to catch a rabbit. He puts this tar baby dummy on a log. It catches the rabbit because he touches it, can't get it off. But it's like kind of like a fable, and they tell it with animals. And I remember watching it and really that's the very first Disney movie with a black main character. Probably one of the first dozen movies with a black main character. And there's no shade to this guy, nothing. He's he's like one of the family practically. But I can really get down and enjoy something like that. I can just take it for what it is, enjoy the wisdom of it. Enjoy the down-home Cracker Barrel feel of Uncle Remus, in his log cabin. Brer Frog and Brer Rabbit, Brer Fox. There's this whole chunk of America that, and like it says in the Bible, vengeance is mine, said the Lord. Vengeance is mine. It is not our place to right wrongs. But like almost half of our country, we have it so good. We have this abundance mindset. We have it so good that because people don't have to worry about feeding themselves or sheltering themselves, they find problems. And instead of enjoying life in the moment, enjoying good story in the moment, they would rather wag their finger at everybody else trying to enjoy the story, destroy the story, lock the movie away in some bullshit vault, and literally focus on past injustices that were committed by people long since dead, long since judged by the Lord, against people long since dead, long since judged by the Lord. And these people set themselves up as like the morality police, you know, and they miss out on life. They miss out on the joie de vivre, the what makes life worth living. There's not that much. And what there is, they totally miss it. They miss the fucking trees because, or they miss the forest because of the trees are in the way. It is so, it's pity. I pity these people. And they've either been propagandized, taught, or they've learned it or whatever. But it's just like, I just had this thought of like, man, why can't people just fucking live life? Why must they focus on 200 years ago as if it means anything today? It's an absolute travesty. You know, like, why did we have to be born in this ass backwards era out of millennia that have passed with humans alive? We had to be born in this shit ass fucked up era. I would rather be alive in the plague, the Crusades, World War II, the Civil War. I mean, take your pick, anything but this era. Straight up. At least
is that what you want to,
as the past is concerned. I don't know about the future. I mean, in the past, I would take anything, but the future, I wouldn't. Probably, I'd take the evil I know. But it just seems like it's so fucking tiresome. Could it be any more tiresome? I mean, truly, not only do they not want to enjoy life, but they want to stop you from enjoying life and enjoying the little morsels of enjoyment that come your way naturally. I mean, man, these people, they should be waylaid, they should be laid low. I mean, really, they should be put in their place, knocked down a peg or two. They have a comeuppance due to them. And I'm tired of these fucking people getting up on their high horse, looking down their nose at me. And you know, the reason why they do that is because they are the evil ones, the evildoers, the people that have something to hide, that have something to repent over. It's just like, who the fuck do these people think they are, man? We should fucking, I mean, honestly, burn these people at the stake, crucify their act, something. You know, my brother brought up this point about the the State of the Union last night. And he was saying, you know, I'm not sure. He's like, these people that were, you know, heckling Trump, this stupid bitch, that wildebeest cunt, what's her name? Pramila Jayapal? I think that's her name, yeah. She had that fuck ice brooch on. And, you know, and then Trump asks, like a brilliant, like absolutely brilliantly says, how did he put it? Those of you that think the number one job of the American government is to stand up for the American people, is to advocate on behalf of the American people, not foreigners. And, you know, they did stand up. And it's like, we have laws on the books against treason, and it carries the death penalty. I think these people have lost sight of that. You know, let's say that we get a demagogue 10 years from now, 15 years from now, and he gets in there, and all of a sudden he decides to prosecute these people for treason because they not only did they let millions of illegals in, they advocated against American citizens on behalf of burglars, crooks, savages, take from us to give to them, which, you know, they were all in on the Somalian shit. What's going on there? Question. You know, they're all in on that. They're all benefiting from it, whether it be directly from bribes or indirectly through the economy. But these people have been committing out and out treason. And I think they've lost sight of that. Maybe somebody should remind them, hey, we could put you to death by the laws on the books. Because, they killed King Charles I because he attempted to raise a Scottish army, even though he was the Scottish king, but he attempted to raise a Catholic army on a Protestant country, a Scottish and an Irish army, to attack his own people. They cut that son of a bitch's head off. His head ended up in a basket. Maybe these people need that history lesson. Maybe they're committing crimes that they just, they haven't been enforced since World War II, since the Rosenbergs. And these people think that those laws just don't exist anymore. They're sadly mistaken. But, I thought that that's a pretty fair point. And man, Lord, hope to God that comes to pass, because these people have committed treason against us. They have. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. They're trying, they're letting these people vote. You know what I mean? They're making it against the law so that you can't check IDs at the ballot box. They're against the Save Act. Some of this shit is treasonous. Sanctuary cities. Where the fuck do they do that at? Where does it say in our fucking law? Our English common law system, where the fuck does it say anything about that? Like, seriously, I see where it says treason and death, but I don't see where it says sanctuary cities. I also see where it says those people get thrown the fuck out, when they come here illegally. It really boggles the mind. Like, these people, they don't like America. Like that governor in Virginia last night, I just couldn't believe the gall, the nuts on that woman to talk as though she's like some kind of patriot, like, and she's got the historical American, ethos on her side. It's just like, what? Have you read any of the founding documents, you fucking dunce? Like, seriously, or have you just been oppressing Americans your whole life, you fucking spook, you disgusting hag? Fuck, man. Like, it used to be we just had enemies on the outside. Now they're even our people. Like, golly, man. We're beset by the enemies from all sides. It's, you don't want to turn your back on any of them. Straight up.
Here, Tom. Of course it's the right thing. Of course it is the right thing to make them live like us if they're going to live here. It's literally that simple, and we can see before our very eyes the result of the policy of not allowing that. We see it, and this is what she's calling up to complain about. You know what? I'm not happy that the rape rate in London has quadrupled in the last 10 years. I'm not happy about that, because I'm a woman who lives in London, as she is. Like, and Thomas Warwick said, well, I just don't know. Is it the right thing to make them live like us? Yes, because the alternative is tens of thousands of rapes, Tom. Right? The alternative is people getting their...
To be honest with you, my end game, I'm trying to get like a Discord together, although I probably would rather start a new chat, because apparently Discord is going to start forcing everybody to brandish their IDs. And also, Discord, they're watching you, and if you brandish your ID in front of a camera in your computer, they will snap a picture of that, because they can sell that. The more data they have to associate with you, because they're about to sell their company, they're about to go do that IPO. And that's why they're fixing to force people to do their IDs. But they admitted it in their fucking initial holding prospectus. They admitted this, man, spying on you. But, it'd be nice to create something legit that doesn't spy on you and doesn't, do crooked shit like that. But also something like similar, I used to go to AA like when I was in rehab and shit. And something like that. I don't know what it is, but like there was something about that. Like people getting together, discussing their experiences, and in person, kind of siding each other. You know what I'm saying? Just being there and siding each other, being there. And those AA, like if you need something, if you're a regular member to AA and you run into a spot of bad luck, or you're having a little bit of financial, those people give you their fucking shirt off their back. They live to help other people, other recovering addicts. But like that's that's the that's the spirit that we need to tap back into. And somebody's got to start, we've got to start thinking out of the box. Everybody, it's just the same old tried and true bullshit. The same tactics, the same this and that. Well, like Nick was saying, what he was saying. Oh yeah, I watched the Keith Woods episode today. And he was saying, if you have a movement that people can't aspire to their dreams through your movement, you don't have a movement. If you know if people join your movement, but there's a ceiling, they can't eventually own a house, eventually have a wife, eventually have kids through working with your movement. They will grow up and walk away. Eventually they'll hit 30 and they'll say, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I want to have kids and a wife and shit. They're going to walk away. You have no movement. You have to have a network. You have to have, like, another thing I was thinking too. How about this? Like what do they call it? A staffing company for white men, or, for white people on both sides, white businessmen, white workers. Now I know there's discrimination. I mean, those laws need to go, because it's called the right to free association. Thank you very much. But seriously, man, like we really need to hang together, or stand together, or we will hang separately. I mean, truly, we got to start thinking differently. Like like it's just what we've been doing hasn't been working. It isn't working. And where there's a will, there's a way. You know, there's gotta be, I mean, we're doing something wrong here. And until we start throwing ideas out there, chopping it up, you know, uh, arguing these ideas, debating this stuff, and seeing each other regularly, you know, uh, having a rapport, and I don't want, brotherhood. That's kind of cliche, but having like just like a comradeship. We need it so desperately. We're fucking disappearing, man. We're like motherfucking Back to the Future with Marty McFly's family just straight up disappearing out of the photo. That's us right now, dude. My dudes, straight up, man. That is us, and it's so sad, so sad. The great man laid low. I mean, it's turns my stomach, man. It really does. And like what's crazy is it's like almost from like top to bottom, we just don't have very much of an identity, or at least not a group identity. Because even in jail and prison, the white guys really don't hang together. I mean, I guess they do in some prisons with the Aryan Brotherhood, but we don't hang together like Mexicans hang together. We don't hang together like coloreds. We just don't. I mean, those dudes will. They really do. They hang tough. I mean, even if they're in the wrong, they side their dudes, and we just don't. Like, what the hell is wrong with us? I mean, you know, we we do a lot for each other, and we go out of our way for each other quite a bit, but not where it counts. Not where it counts. This is a problem. Like, and it seems like it almost seems like people, like, some people aren't even aware of the situation. Other people are aware and they don't give a shit. I sometimes I just feel like like a John the Baptist lone voice out in the wilderness, just sort of talking to himself. It's demoralizing, to say the least.
Backs up about immigration. The alternative is where we are now. So yes, it would have been the right thing to do. This, honestly, Tom, I know you know better than this. Like, the alternative is Birmingham, when you went there and you were just like, oh God, this is awful. This is
Mel
full of
Gibson,
foreigners
that's my dude
who are
right
having a
there.
massive bin strike and no one can speak English.
The river.
This is not good.
That's what it is. You're talking about the river, my dude.
Do you think it's right that in Saudi Arabia?
Hell,
you
dude, I was talking about that movie like a week ago. I watched it recently with Sissy Spacek and the guy who plays the corporate farmer. Such a good film. Such a good film. I love Sissy Spacek. She's so good. Coal miner's daughter. Fucking Carrie. Gosh, she's awesome. But seriously though, that movie goes so hard. You know, they're in Tennessee, and this dude, it's him, his wife, and his 2 kids on their farm, duking it out with Mother Nature, fighting a rising river, like just the American way back in the 80s, when people still farmed corn, when they still did it on their own, just them and their boy, or them and their, man. Such an American movie. Such an American. I mean, and he's not even American, but man, I'll tell you, if those people ain't the salt of the earth, Tennessean farmers, they got their old trucker hats poofed up on the top, just rested on the top of their heads. They all got a fat ass glob of chew, cannonball in their cheek. Oh man, such a good movie. That's crazy you brought that up, man. Hell yeah. Fucking A. If any of you guys ever get a chance, The River, check it out. 1984.
You wouldn't have any religious freedom.
Tom, the idea of religious freedom.
It's funny, like, people, they say, Americans have no culture. I'm like, are you fucking blind, bro? You can't even blink without seeing another piece of American pop culture or American culture. Like John Deere, like just everything. The human race's culture is like de facto American culture. And English culture, really and truly. I mean, it's the best, there's the reason why, what do they say? Not copying, but for somebody, where they copy, but it's the sincerest form of flattery. I forget. I'm trying to think. I can't think of the word, but it truly is, and we really do have such a robust culture. But we have this fucking like an earwig, or like a fucking amoeba in our body, and they're just they're eating us from the inside out. These scum, these fucking scumbag, parasitic, fucking holier than thou, finger wagging sons of bitches. Like, sons of bitches. If it had been a snake, it would have bit me.
In Britain, as we conceived of it, was between Catholics and Protestants. Even the people who formulated the theory of religious tolerance were like, obviously that doesn't apply to anyone outside of that paradigm. I mean, John Locke thought atheism should be illegal. Are you an atheist? Because from the paradigm you're invoking, your beliefs would be illegal. So don't give me this. There are obvious limits to everything, and
see if something else is on. Man, $300 super chats. Motherfucker. Woo. Come get you some. Look at this jerk off with his motherfucking glasses on his forehead. This guy's Tim Kaine. What a loser. Fucking loser.
You believe that there's no evidence that there's
He's about as dumb
the
as
flu
a sack
vaccine
of
has
rocks,
efficacy
too,
in
I'll tell you
reducing
that
serious
much.
injury or hospitalization. This is an easy one, doctor. This is an easy one.
Imitation, exactly.
Today on Capitol Hill, Surgeon General nominee Dr. Casey Means faced sharp questions from a Senate panel during her confirmation hearing. The physician turned wellness influencer has faced ongoing criticism surrounding her credentials and policy positions. She spent a considerable amount of time.
This is dry as a motherfucker. I like the cultural critique, you know, like being provocative and hard-hitting, provocative, realistic, hopeful.
Yeah, I chose the topic.
I do like
I think
this
some
guy.
of you have
He
seen it.
is a badass.
It's not a controversial topic at all. It's something that happened last week. I was invited to
thinker.
an online
He
group
knows how to
discussion,
ask questions.
and it was quite very lively by a group of young people here in my state. And they said that they would like me to just come in as a panel and observe and talk. And so it's to do with, according to them, social justice.
I love sitters
and how to go about it. So I thought I would go and I would learn something from these young people, and they received me very well. And
I'm in a
it was
good
quite
mood
a very,
tonight.
Heated and passionate discussion. It was during the Q&A that one of the young
He always
fellows
does that, Bellinucci.
got up and gave these very strong talk about how.
Believe me, I had Telegram pulled up. I'm watching it.
That
I never.
All we are asking for
I always put
is
it on
simply
right when he pops
equality. And then he quoted a couple of people here and there, and that was when I took my notebook and I just.
A lot of people
that he or she
they don't
from
give
inside,
this guy a chance.
I would like to work hard
this
for
guy
what
is
I
based
have
as
based
fuck.
on my potentials or skills or community or environment. But when you hear the song, of course, tangible.
I mean, he's the one person I've ever seen that has the balls to tell American black people to sack up and fucking own your failures.
About this equality, we want equality. And the United Nations have even made it worse. Scholars in universities across this country and in Africa have made it worse. They use the term all the time. Human rights and equality? How do you give me human rights?
Right? Where's the human rights guy doling out equality?
How would I know?
Where is this guy? Never met him.
Social justice. What does it mean? These terms are misleading. These terms delay progress.
Yep, they stop
as soon as
people
you
from
form a group of
working
young
towards
people
their
in
future.
any community, your country, your state, your neighborhood,
Bitching
that they should
about
wait
the
on
past.
somebody, a faceless institution,
Fucker,
or a person for equality, you have painfully and dangerously delayed progress, because now the kids are going to be waiting. The reason we are this way is because the equality man has not arrived from Amazon
They
Prime.
just sit like a bump on a log.
And until he arrives or she arrives and gives me the equality, there's nothing I can do. That is what, since the 1970s, songs like Peter Tosh's song and others that sound like that, that's what it has done to us.
It is.
It's very quiet and psychological. It goes deep into our brains that we are waiting. In 2009, I believe, I met a guy called Geoffrey Canada. Some of you may know his name. He started what was called the Bronx Project Brooklyn Project, where he believed that if only we can gather all the kids and train them, and then he made a movie called Waiting for the Superman.
Tucker Carlson and Redacted?
He meant
Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Public schools in urban cities across this country are waiting for a Superman to make their problem go away. So this announcement of equality, it delays progress. You're lucky if it doesn't kill it completely. You can hear even professors in places like Kenya, always on YouTube, screaming hard how the colonials have been given us
want to watch Tucker
and treated us equal.
Instead of this?
Do you know Frederick Douglass?
Yeah, I do want to.
Yes, I've read.
Hear this out though for a second.
Anything written
what
about
he says about
Frederick Douglass. I respect the man a lot. Frederick Douglass is not known because he was rich. No. Mm-mm. By no stretch. He was not a wealthy man. He was not a rich man.
Nope.
But I think if you look in the logbook of the White House, presidents used to wait and have dinner with this man.
This guy ate with multiple presidents.
The first slave who wrote his own story because he was able to learn how to read and write by the aid of his former master's wife, because he worked in a shipbuilding yard. So you see the shipbuilding yard, they mark the end of the wood with A, B,
where the
C,
truss,
C
where the joints were.
And so he began to understand alphabet. And painfully and slowly, Frederick Douglass taught himself how to read and write and was the first, if I'm not wrong, correct me, slave who wrote in English his own story. But you see, what made Frederick Douglass recognized in this country by both white and black to be invited to the White House is his personality, his mannerism. He acted equal.
Yes.
You can't.
He didn't act like a fucking victim. He went out and achieved. That's what it is. He went out and did for himself. Didn't stick his hand out. Oh, I'm a victim. Please help me. And that's why presidents ate with him. That's why people, that's why he's still spoken of today.
For him, the way he dressed, the way he wore his beard, the way he talked. There is no writing about this man flailing his hands and pumping the air with his fist as the Jesse Jacksons and all these, what is his name? Al Sharptons and the Black Panthers and everybody are doing these days. No, he didn't do that. Silent, quiet, but acted equal to the point.
Dignity. The man had dignity, self-respect.
Do not ignore him. See, we still talk about his name. You know what is sad? A man I used to love so much, Jesse Jackson. When I came into this country, I had an opportunity to go to the Rainbow Coalition, some kind of fundraiser. My professor in school took me along. I didn't meet him, but I saw Jesse Jackson from far. And for me, in Africa, in high school, when we read about Martin Luther King, Benathy, Stokely Carmichael, of course you have to read about two people.
My dude.
Andy Young, Andrew Young, the former mayor, I believe, or governor, mayor of Atlanta or Georgia.
Born, so.
Anyway, he and Jesse, they walk side by side at Martin Luther King. So for me, looking at him, I said, wow, I read about this man in high school.
Well, in between the Super Bowl halftime show and Epstein and the Winter Olympics, most Americans probably weren't aware that we are on the verge of a massive regional war in the Middle East, if not a third world war. We are. The largest movement of American military hardware since 2003, the Iraq invasion, is now in or steaming toward the Persian Gulf off Iran, preparatory to what could be the aforementioned war. Now, most people, once again, probably didn't know this. Those who did know it weren't for it. The recent polls on this question,
I really don't even
for
like
a war
Tucker.
with Iran?
Just like what he says.
About
that's
1
all.
in 5 Americans
I don't
support
think
it.
very highly of him as a
The rest
person.
are probably asking, war with Iran? Why would we have a war with Iran? They said no idea.
Certainly wouldn't be a friend of
The
mine.
president did address it last night in his State of the Union and at a press conference. And he said in public what he basically says in private, Trump being one of those rare public figures who's pretty much the same behind closed doors as he is on stage. He says pretty much the same stuff. He's a little funnier in private, but basically he's not a different guy. He's the same guy. And he's been saying the same thing about Iran for a long time. Really two things. One, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. He says it again and again. He really means it. That's not a talking point. It's completely sincere. And two, I would prefer a negotiated settlement. I would prefer peace rather than war. And that's obviously true. So to bottom line, where we are right now at the end of February 2026 on this looming Iran war, seems likely. Have all those aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf, planes ready, missiles ready. But it's not certain because the president hasn't decided to do it.
God.
And you may not get that impression either from watching the news. There is this sense that it's inevitable. And that's kind of a psyop, actually, designed to make you think there's nothing you can do about it. No, Trump has not decided to do this. Again, seems likely. All the momentum is in that direction. But the president's the sole decider on this question. He's the commander-in-chief. And he's showing no obvious signs of enthusiasm. And why would he? There are a lot of reasons not to do this. The first being the one just mentioned, which is most Americans don't want it. And though it's not a direct democracy, it's a form of democracy, and you probably shouldn't commit history-changing acts without the support of your people. And Trump feels that way. This is someone who pays very close attention to, say, TV ratings. Why is that? Not just because he worked in TV, but because he thinks they're a pretty good measure of what people are interested in. He cares about what people think. And he's willing to listen to almost anybody. So that's a good reason not to do it. The public's not behind you. Maybe you've got great reasons to do it that they don't know about yet, but we haven't heard those, and the president hasn't really explained them other than to say Iran is bad. Yes, that's been the official U.S. position since 1979. Iran can have nukes. That's always been the president's position, and we would like some kind of settlement. The reason he's not eager to start this war is because he, in general, isn't eager to start wars, hasn't been anyway, but because this would be a particularly tough war. This is the largest buildup since the Iraq War, but Iran is not Iraq. It's much, much bigger and much more technologically advanced. Population of Iran is about 92 million.
I used to play a banjo a lot.
In 2003, almost exactly 23 years ago, when we rolled into Baghdad, the population of Iraq was 25 million. So Iran is more than 3 times bigger. The landmass of Iran is multiple, 6 times bigger. It's huge. It's a huge, pretty advanced country compared to Iraq.
I used
so
to
that's
have
a problem right there.
Meerschaum Bakelite cigarette holder made by K. Woody. Fuck, it was the sickest. It had the yellow amber stem with a fucking Meerschaum hole. Oh God, I still have the pieces somewhere around here. So fucking wish I didn't break it.
A serious thing to start a war with a real country. Are we in a position to do that? Well, there's some debate about that. The U.S. military performs in a remarkable way under certain circumstances. But is the U.S. military right now ready for a prolonged conflict with a big country? No, it turns out. And these are facts taken from open source material that have been published. They're on the internet. You can look it up. None of this is classified. This is all out there. But current estimates suggest that the United States is so low on some munitions, partly because we've used them in the defense of Israel already in the last 12 months. But whatever the cause, the United States is so low on certain kinds of munitions that were we to have even
I feel like Israel, like they know something we don't. Like they know we're dead men walking, and they're just cashing in on our fucking reputation. They're cashing in on our credit rating. You know what I mean? They're just fucking racking this shit up because they like know something we don't, you know? Like these guys only got like a decade or 2 left. Let's fucking let's go for the jugular. Fuck it. Who cares if it ruins our relationship? We're going to get what we're going to get ours, you know? And if it's at their expense, so be it, you know? They got the power, we don't. But we have the leverage. We're going to use it. That's how it feels.
But intense engagement with Iran, our military would not be ready for like 10 years to fight a real war against, a peer or near peer adversary. So out the window would go any hope of defending Taiwan. Whether or not it's a good idea is kind of, up to you to decide. But that would not even be on the table because we wouldn't be able to. We would be much weakened by this because we don't have the stockpiles and we don't have the necessary industrial capacity to replace them quickly. So we are not in a position to have a lengthy engagement, and everyone at the Pentagon who's gaming this out understands that. And again, this has been reported publicly, though not necessarily in the New York Times or the Washington Post, at least not on the front page, but it's widely known. So it'd be a tough war. We're not in a great place to fight it right now. And the potential downsides are absolutely real.
They're fucking
Lots of things could happen. There are tens of thousands of Americans in the region, of course, in uniform and out.
Also,
they could be hurt or killed. There's Israel, our ally, which is probably a little more vulnerable than we pretend it is to conventional attacks from ballistic missiles.
They're fucking wiped off.
Do the math on how many missiles Iran is believed to have versus how many.
Some asshole posted on X yesterday said, the whole world owes this man a thank you. Fucking picture of that scumbag Netanyahu. I said, yeah, you're right. Same thank you cocksuckers gave to Jesus Christ. That is the thank you that motherfucker is owed by the world.
Anti-ballistic missiles Israel has, or we have to defend Israel, they could be in trouble. And then there's a question of what happens to Iran. Like, does it fall apart?
Oh, what up there, Kevin?
Does it disintegrate as a country? To be clear, as of tonight, there is no Israeli plan for what comes the day after we depose the Ayatollah. Knock out the leadership of the country. What happens then? You're going to put in the former king's son or something?
They can just play Call of Duty,
No one believes that's real.
Why the fuck would they?
Will the country hang together with Pahlavi on the throne? Come on.
Where?
No one is thinking this through because the people pushing this clearly don't care what happens after. The point is to take out Iran as a coherent country, not to protect Israel, but in order to sweep Iran aside as a regional rival. Once Iran is gone, there's no question as to who controls the Middle East. It, of course, would be the only nuclear-armed power in the Middle East.
Well, it's
Israel.
us.
Period. That's the reason.
They're going to get their free reign.
The problem is, if the country were to disintegrate, the downstream effects would be profound for everybody else. You would likely have refugee crises. Where would they go? Well, Europe. They haven't enough refugees. They might go right across the water to Qatar or UAE. Oh, that could be a huge, huge problem.
Oh, yeah.
So why would they push for this? Well, you have to think that the people pushing for this are not stupid. They've thought through the consequences. Let's say the United States attacks Iran. Maybe Iran just says, you're absolutely right. We're evil, we're rolling over. Everybody in charge is going to retire.
He's got
commit ritual suicide. We're going to turn it over
vengeance
to some Western Democrat who brings in pro-choice politics and gay marriage. And like, we're cool. We're going to join NATO at that point. That's great. But what if Iran decides better to die on your feet than on your knees?
Because that's what I would
and
decide.
Just unleashes its conventional arsenal against American assets in the region, against Israel, and critically,
I hope they stand up
against energy infrastructure in the Gulf. What would happen then?
I really do.
Well, you would see a global depression if they did that, if they were successful in doing that. If the extraction facilities and refineries and petrochemical plants in the Gulf were disabled. How expensive would oil be per barrel? How much would gasoline cost? What would steel go for? What would happen to liquefied natural gas, which goes to both Europe and China? What would happen to Europe if you disrupted the flow of LNG from the Gulf to Europe? What would happen if you close the Straits of Hormuz, the choke point at the end of the Persian Gulf? Whew. I mean, wouldn't destroy the world forever, probably, but it would tank the economy in the meantime, for sure.
I wish
and
they
who
would just build
suffer
that
most?
bomb
Well,
so
let's see. The Gulf states, Europe, and the United States. It's kind of weird that anybody, especially an ally, would push for a conflict that's almost guaranteed to hurt its so-called allies. Why would you do that? You can tell me you love me, but if you're encouraging me to commit suicide, you're probably lying.
Indeed.
It's possible that we should judge people's intentions by the effects of what they do.
Judge the tree by the fruit.
Not by their own description of their motive. Is it possible that there is some...
Right. Lo and behold, the people who wrote the Bible were gifted the Middle East by the Lord, says the people who wrote the Bible. Like, why the fuck are we doing real estate transactions according to a book these scumbags, are the genesis of? Like, like maybe that's the one situation where we shouldn't, stick with that book. Like where, it has the Jews saying what God gave them. Yeah. Like, seriously.
Hostility toward the United States, the Gulf states, and Europe from the people pushing this war. Oh, there's a lot of hostility. And part of it makes sense. The Gulf states, the 6 Arab oil-producing states, called the GCC in the region, are, along with Iran, one of the main impediments to Israel's regional hegemony. They are very rich. They produce something that the rest of the world needs. They're also very good at diplomacy, particularly Qatar. They settle a lot of disputes internationally. They posited themselves as the Switzerland of the Middle East, and they've done a good job at it, actually. And so they are a rival to Israel. You hear on Fox News, they're Hamas supporters. No. That's not their sin. Their sin is existing as a powerful independent country in potential rivalry with the regional hegemon Israel. So shafting them would be a very good thing from the Israeli perspective. But what about the United States, Israel's benefactor, its closest ally? Why would they want that? Well, maybe if you're gaming this out a little bit, you've decided we need a new superpower. Public opinion in this country has swung against us so hard. This bipartisan consensus that we're its closest ally is disintegrating before our very eyes. And let's be honest with ourselves, this is not going to continue forever.
And they're just trying to...
We need another country to be aligned with. Now, how many big countries are there to choose from? It's got to be physically large, big population, nuclear armed. Not too many. In fact, the big ones would be China and India. But China, unfortunately, is a Han ethno-state. So you can't really turn its population against itself in order to increase your own power. It's not going to work. It's resistant to this, to manipulation. And that leaves India. And it was probably no coincidence that the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, spoke to the Knesset today about the ancient ties between Israel and India.
What?
Bottom line, yes, Israel is moving on from the United States at some point, probably sooner rather than later, to India. And so weakening the United States in a war with Iran is not all bad. In fact, it might be good, because then there's no rivalry at all in your region. It's you, the only country with nuclear weapons.
Sons of bitches.
And everybody else. So you can kind of do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about hostile neighbors. You can expand the size of your territory, for example. You can move your borders in all directions. Who's going to stop you? No one. So if you game this out for a minute, the things that from an American perspective seem horrifying, like real downsides, holy smokes, we could tank the U.S. economy. We could wreck the energy sector, at least temporarily. Some of our key Arab allies could be disabled by this. Those all seem very bad from an American perspective.
Well, Nick's got a
Are they so bad from an Israeli perspective? No, they're not, actually.
Dude knows
they may
his
be
stuff.
The point.
He's not a slouch. Pretty sure he could be in Mensa. Pretty sure. And he spends all his day doing research, so stands to reason.
Long term. So where does this leave our president, President Trump? Well, it leaves him where he began, which is very resistant to start big new wars. He, of course, ran for president both times, all 3 times, on the promise that he wouldn't do that. And he very famously, in the 2016 campaign, attacked Jeb Bush because of his brother's invasion of Iraq. That was idiotic, he said. And, of course, he was right. And 23 years later, we know exactly how right he was. That war, which lasted 20 years, waged on behalf of our ally Israel, didn't help the United States. It helped to impoverish the United States and sink this country deeper into debt, to weaken the dollar and destroy a generation of young men, mostly from the flyover states, the most decent and patriotic among us, destroyed. So from an American perspective, Iraq was a true disaster, and Trump was the first big political candidate to say that out loud. He knows this. He always has. So why would he even be considering a war with Iran? Well, one way to think about it is the United States may not have a choice about whether or not this war starts, because, of course, the government of Benjamin Netanyahu could always act unilaterally, preemptively against Iran and just do it. Just strike Iran.
They have
what would happen
a track
then?
record of that bullshit.
Well, most likely the Iranians would strike Israel and then potentially strike American assets in the Gulf and then potentially strike energy facilities in the Gulf. And the United States would be, by definition, drawn in. So it's possible that the U.S. government, while not anxious to go to war with Iran, is trying to find a way to contain the behavior of its closest ally, Israel.
Yeah, to the point where Trump had to
rather than sit back and wait for Bibi to do something that we have to clean up, that we're implicated in and then sucked into. It's possible that the U.S. government is attempting to steer this in a less destructive direction.
Boy, that just shows, how we're the big dogs on the block, and we're just, throwing our weight around and imposing our will. Does that sound like the deal here? I mean, are we the superpower? Like Nick said, are we the superpower or what? Why is the fucking tail wagging the dog?
Possible.
Why don't we just cut ties and say, hey, man, you pick a fight with them, you're on your fucking own, you scumbag motherfuckers. You ain't getting nothing, no ammunition, you ain't getting a fucking dime out of us. Do it at your own peril. Matter of fact, we will arm Iran. How about that? Stick that in your goddamn pipe and smoke it. What do you have to say now, you dreidel-spinning fucks?
Of course, is filtered down to people paying attention, because the few who are paying attention to this, because all the noise has been about Iran's nuclear weapons. They're on the verge of building a nuclear weapon any day now.
Good.
Now,
good.
If you're semi-awake, you may remember that it was only about 8 months ago, back in June of last year.
Straight up, man.
During the short but hot 12-day war against Iran, that the United States took out nuclear processing facilities deep underground, and then announced we have ended the Iranian nuclear threat. And then, without you noticing, you were on summer vacation or going to your kid's graduation or bringing them back to school or watching the Super Bowl halftime show with your jaw slack, well, you were not tuned in. All of a sudden, that threat out of nowhere reemerged. And there's Benjamin Netanyahu on television or at the White House for a 7th time in a single year, making the case that we're right on the verge of a nuclear holocaust. Any day now, the Iranian government will have a nuclear weapon. And by the way, as noted, the president does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. That is one thing that he takes very, very seriously. And he said that to the Iranians. And unfortunately, turns out, whatever side you're on, the current Iranian government is very hard to deal with. They're disorganized. The head guy is 87 years old. There's almost no communication directly between the governments. The supreme leader in Iran has never had a single phone call with the president of the United States. It's unclear exactly who's in charge. There are all kinds of factions. I mean, it's a nightmare. So the only people who've really been out there speaking in public about Iran's nuclear program basically are Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, and his many acolytes and paid shills in the United States.
And Iran, of course.
You may have seen this tape before, but in case you haven't, it's worth watching again, because it reminds us that Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying exactly the same thing about Iran. They're about to have a nuclear weapon any minute since at least 1996.
Straight up, dude. He was saying that shit.
30 years. Here it is.
This dude fucking literally said Iraq will have like dozens of nuclear warheads within a decade. It's been like 30 years, or maybe it's Iran. It's one of the two. But it's been like 20 or 30 years. Why are we still listening to this jackass? This guy has been wrong on everything. And he's gotten us into a lot of deep shit being wrong. Like, the fact that we even let this son of a bitch go into our Congress anymore.
Stage. And by next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage.
Possibly a few weeks. Do you hear? It's a done deal, fellas. They're coming in with the hotness. Coming in hot. They still don't have a fucking bomb. It's incredible, man. This guy should be strung up by his thumbs. Oh, shit.
We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Wednesday. We have a lot to talk about, lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story tonight, we're talking all about the State of the Union address last night. And I got to be honest with you, I was wrong. I was wrong about the State of the Union. If you watched my coverage last night, I liked it. I actually loved certain parts of it. But I predicted that it would not be received very well.
Oh, wow.
I thought that most people who I perceived to be pretty cucked, most normies, I think, in my mind, are not really hip to what's going on. I thought they were going to hate it. I thought they would think it is divisive and wild and off the rails. But the normies loved it. And all the polls show that a vast majority of people, everybody that watched the State of the Union, had a positive reaction. Over 60% of people that watched it said it was good. Even more than 40% of Democrats said the speech was good. So we'll talk a little bit about the State of the Union. That being said, I don't think it moves the needle. And I watched very closely on Polymarket, looking at the betting odds for the House of Representatives in 26. Odds are unchanged. So as far as impact is concerned, I don't know that it has extraordinary impact on the midterm elections or maybe even anything else. But I will say I'm a bit surprised, and I'm maybe pleasantly surprised, that the masses received the speech very well. So we'll talk about that. We're also going to talk tonight about the situation unfolding in Iran. Some very important developments in just the last 24 hours. For starters, about the State of the Union. There was no new position given on Iran last night. And some were expecting that there might be a declaration of war. Some people said that Trump might make the case for a declaration of war during the speech last night. But we didn't get that. What we got instead was actually a sort of interesting statement, and we'll go into it tonight. During the State of the Union, Trump talked specifically about nuclear weapons. He said that Iran has to pledge not to build nuclear weapons. And this is something actually that he's been saying. He actually said that yesterday afternoon, that he's looking for these magic words from Iran that they're not going to pursue a nuclear bomb. And what is interesting is that is distinct from the U.S. red line up until this point. As we've discussed, in these negotiations between Iran and the United States, the central issue inside of the nuclear issue is their native enrichment capability. That's the sticking point. Now, if Trump is saying all of a sudden that really it's about nuclear bombs, well, then that's now a new red line. That's a different red line. If up until this point they were saying we're requesting zero enrichment, but now he's saying what we're really after is no nuclear weapons, well, that might sound like a subtle change, and it might sound maybe like it's not even a difference with a distinction, but it is, and it's a big one because those are two very different things. That being said, we heard this last night and yesterday afternoon. But now today, we have two other Trump admin officials, the Secretary of State and the Vice President, who are giving a totally different message. J.D. Vance, Vice President, says this afternoon that the U.S. has evidence Iran is rebuilding a nuclear weapons program. Well, I don't think that's true. And that is new. That is news to me. There has been no reporting that Iran is building a nuclear weapons program at all. There's no verification or confirmation on that. There's no evidence of that. And if they're rebuilding a nuclear bomb in any significant capacity, once again, that's news. You have just broken news because no one has ever heard of this. So it's very interesting. Vance comes out today and says Iran is making a nuclear bomb. So if you were feeling good about the statement last night, well, this is not so good. Later in the day, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, came out and said that if Iran is unwilling to discuss its ballistic missiles, he said that's a big problem. Well, if you now insist that Iran must make concessions on its ballistic missile program, now you have completely scuttled diplomacy. Because the entire framework for the talks is that it is only about the nuclear file. Iran has said it is a non-starter to even talk about those other issues. As a precondition for negotiations, Iran said, we're not talking about missiles and we're not talking about proxies. We're only talking about the nuclear file. It's just the nuclear issue. So if the new position from Washington is that now the ballistic missile program has to be a part of the deal, well, if there was any chance there could be an understanding tomorrow when the third round of talks is held, I don't see how that's going to happen. Because the whole framework for the discussion, and I should add, the Ayatollah only gave the Iranian government permission to negotiate with the expectation that these other issues were not on the table. So if suddenly the ballistic missiles have become a sticking point, if that's now a wedge, well, I don't see how we can proceed diplomatically at all. And it's tomorrow. As a matter of fact, it's in a few hours. They'll be meeting in Switzerland. I think the time over there is 4 or 5 a.m. So we're talking in a matter of, 5, 6 hours, something like that. There is going to be this third round of talks, and we have sprung on Iran all of a sudden. They're apparently rebuilding a nuclear weapons program. And now they also have to make concessions on ballistic missiles. There may be a silver lining, and I'll talk about what that is. There might be another way to interpret that where it is not as bad, but either way, I don't like what I'm hearing. So we'll talk about it. We'll get into all the details, but those are going to be our two big stories for tonight. That's going to be our show. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store at Fuentes.store. We have the America First hats, sweatshirts, t-shirts. We have the quarter zip. Might be your last chance to get the quarter zip. This is going to be a seasonal item, so make sure you get it while it's hot. Because it's trendy right now. You want to get it and you want to wear it as soon as possible, in public, if possible. Maybe at a work function or something. That's Fuentes.store. If you want to support the show, subscribe on our subscription website, AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month to get access to the archive of every episode of the show. And to burp there. $100 a month to get access to the group chat with me. I am in the group chat on Telegram. $100 a month club. And I'm not happy with the $100 a month subscribers. We're having to change up the rules because they are very annoying. It's crazy. You know what it is? It's like anything else. We have this $100 a month group chat. And you would think it's just like the highest level people that are going to pay the entry fee. But like anything else, you have maybe 90% of the people buy it and they're totally chill. They don't even talk that much. They just kind of hang out. But then you have like a dozen people that ruin it for everybody. They don't shut the fuck up. They just talk all day and just say the dumbest stuff. And you're like, dude, shut the fuck up. It's like, dude, I literally crashed out like 5 minutes before the show because people are tagging me, and they're just tagging me with nonsense. They're just tagging me to say, hey, bro, I love the show. It's like, I know you're paying me $100 to be in the group chat. I know you love the show. You don't need to give me a notification every 5 seconds. Hey, man, I love the show. Literally at me, love the show. I get a notification. It's like, dude, I'm getting ready for the show. And you are blowing up my phone. You're interfering with my Spotify playlist on my JBL speaker with your insipid commentary. So we're actually going to change the rules. We're implementing it's like this group chat. It's a war, and I'm in there. I'm in the trenches. It's good content if you're an observer. If you're in it, like me, you're in it. We're going to implement a karma system where if you get downvoted, you get restricted to, I don't know, maybe a certain amount of messages per day. We're thinking of solutions. It's like black people at the water park, you know? It's like Six Flags Great America. If you make the tickets cheap enough, they just come with the bus. They come on the bus.
That is disgusting.
And they just cause a scene
on the fucking water surf.
Anyway, but we're having fun. We're having a good time. So check it out. It's America First Top Plus. Check it out. I am in there. I do drop content every day. I delivered about a 40-minute voice message last night. Really good stuff. Some of my best stuff I actually save for the group chat because they're rich and they're paying for it. So I treat them accordingly. But anyway, that's that. We're going to move on. We're going to get into the show. There's not really much else happening. It's been a very slow couple of weeks. Even with the State of the Union last night, we had great viewership last night, 70,000 live viewers, huge, massive stream. And I just want to say thank you for tuning in. If you joined us last night, it was our biggest stream of the year so far, I think. We got close to 70,000 when I came back for Venezuela, but I believe that was our biggest stream so far this year, so thanks for tuning in. Even with the speech, I feel like nobody was even talking about it today. And I read the papers every day, and I go on the timeline, and I feel like almost nobody was even talking about it. I think the reason why is because it was honestly a good speech. Maybe that's a testament to the fact that it was good, that the mainstream publications didn't even want to report on it because they wanted to pretend it didn't happen. And I say that I'm being objective. I have my criticisms of Trump, and I was pretty critical last night, but I think the reason almost nobody is giving it coverage is because it was a good speech. We will get into that. Here's one thing I wanted to discuss. I thought this was so funny. I saw this on my timeline today. So do you remember when Nick Shirley went out to Minneapolis and he exposed all the fraud among the Somalians and how they're using these nonprofits and welfare scams to steal money from the government to the tune of billions of dollars? Well, I pointed this out back then. I don't know if I said it on the show or if it was on Telegram. But back when Nick Shirley was talking about Somalians, the conservative movement was loving him. They couldn't get enough. And he was being promoted by everybody. Libs of TikTok, and he was being promoted by Carrie Lake and all of the usual suspects. Elon Musk. People could not get enough. And then there was another guy who you might know of, this guy Tyler Oliveira, and he goes to Lakewood, New Jersey. And what he uncovers is that there is an ethnic enclave of ultra-Orthodox Jews. And they're doing really a lot of the same things that the Somalians are doing in Minneapolis. And in the exact same way that there are Muslim Africans in Minneapolis who have set up this enclave and are leeching off the public dole, you have almost the mirror image of ultra-Orthodox Ashkenazi Jews on the East Coast in Lakewood, they're doing the same thing. They have set up an ethnic enclave.
Sorry about
They're
that.
stealing money. People say in this town that they operate like the mafia. It's like organized crime. So this guy, Tyler Oliveira, does the big expose on the Jews. Does he get promoted by Elon?
I totally figured the chat out. Finally. Sorry about for the interruption.
Musk and Carrie Lake, libs of TikTok. No, there is no huge social media boost for him. He's not getting offered a job and a contract, and he's not at the State of the Union. You know what his grand prize was for exposing the fraud of the ultra-Orthodox Jews? He got banned on Patreon. That was his grand prize.
Holy shit.
So you're Nick Shirley. You go to the African, black, brown Muslims, and you go and expose the fraud. Hey, kid, job well done. Would you like a golden ticket? You're going to Hollywood. Come to the State of the Union. I think this kid is going places. You're really something. You know that? Tyler Oliveira, the Jews in New Jersey, crickets. Actually, you're banned also. You can't make money in this town. You'll never work in this business again. You're out of here. Right. This is a lie. It's an anti-Semitic lie. It's the oldest form of hatred that you're just jealous. Now, it gets even better. So we're all aware of the situation. It gets even better. So Tyler Oliveira, he gets banned on Patreon. He posts another video the day after, 70-minute expose. It's on YouTube. You should check it out. Nick Shirley replies to his tweet and goes, yes, this is the tweet. Nick Shirley says, expose them all. Big mistake. And now all of his replies are being absolutely bombarded by his former friends, by Jews like Laura Loomer and a bunch of others. Not like this.
Disgusting.
Not like this, Nick Shirley. Oy vey, you're ruining all the goodwill that you had. You're making a big mistake. You're going down the Groiper rabbit hole.
I love his
literally
Jew
500 replies on this reply. And you go, wait a second, so what happened?
He's just a kid.
I thought we were against fraud. I thought we were against ethnic enclaves. I thought we were scapegoating a minority group. Wait, but not like that.
Bro, these people got some
you
balls.
can't do it like that.
They just really
when it
do.
comes to, let's be fair, let's be perfectly honest. When it comes to African Somali Muslims, everything is tolerated. Fuck them and their religion and their shithole country. They're criminals and they're low IQ and they're scum and we got to deport them all. And that ain't America. And good on you for exposing the fraud. Expose everything. When another guy does the exact same thing to the Jews, oh, this is another Holocaust. This is fake news. Expose them all. But think about the Holocaust. What about October 7th? It could not be more obvious, the double standard. And I don't say this, by the way. I don't say this to white knight for the Somalis. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, think about how that issue is being used. The issue of Somali scammers is being used. It's a valid issue. It's a legitimate issue, but it is being used by a certain interest group to deflect and distract from another issue. How do we know that? Because it's not really about the fraud at all. If it was about the fraud, why would they not want to expose Lakewood, New Jersey? It's about fraud, isn't it? Well, maybe not. They want to expose the fraud of the Somalis, and yeah, God bless. But then when somebody else wants to expose the fraud of the ultra-Orthodox Jews, oh, now we don't want to hear it anymore. Interesting. So if it's not about fraud, what is it really about? And they say, well, it's about this alien culture. They are refugees. They don't like America. They have this foreign culture. Well, can't the exact same thing be said about ultra-Orthodox Jews? They don't even speak English. They speak Yiddish. That's not our culture.
Some Jewish language.
They're wearing giant hats from the shtetl, from Poland and Russia. That's not American. That's not our culture. They don't speak our language. They don't practice our religion. They don't have our culture. How is that not exactly the same thing? Once again, people will say, fuck Islam and these Africans. When it comes to the ultra-Orthodox Jews, can't say anything. So again, if it's not about a third world enclave, if it's not about that cultural alienation, what is it really about? Obviously, that whole Somali fraud thing was a big diversion. They are into their big diversion and distraction, which is, let's stop talking about AIPAC, and let's stop talking about Israel, and let's stop talking about foreign aid and all that other stuff, and let's find Muslims to blame. And don't get me wrong, I'm in favor of deporting all the Somalians, but notice they never did that, did they?
Mm-mm.
Did they go into Minneapolis and deport every illegal Somalian? No. And you knew they weren't going to do it. I said it in December. I said, unless and until Minneapolis is liberated from the Somalians, I don't want to hear about it. Because all they're doing is talking. All they're doing is creating a media narrative for a week. All they're doing is, and that's it, they're creating a media cycle. They want to get everybody riled up. They want to get everybody whipped up and angry and tweeting about not paying their taxes. And why do we pay taxes? And why do we vote? And what's going on? They want everybody to have that emotional effect. They don't even care about solving the problem because it's not about that. It is literally just about getting everybody to take their eye off the ball. If they wanted to go into Minneapolis and remove all those people, I 100% support that. But they don't even want to get it done. They just want people thinking about it and being mad about it so they don't look at the other issue. It reminds me of a few years ago. Do you remember in 2023, after October 7th, there were these big anti-Israel protests on the college campuses at Harvard, at University of Pennsylvania, at Columbia. And almost immediately, there was this huge effort to get the faculty at Harvard and those other schools terminated. They said, because you tolerated these anti-Israel protests, the whole faculty has to step down. And they wanted to fire the presidents of those universities, and they wanted them to implement all these new rules regarding protests and student safety and other things. And they tried this high-pressure campaign for about a year, and nothing was working. And in the end, how did they get the president of Harvard fired? They came up with this plagiarism scandal. Remember?
They went rifling through
the president's name was Claudine Gay. She was this black liberal. She was Harvard's first black woman president. They tried to get her fired for a long time. And in the end, what finally pushed her out is that Chris Rufo at the Manhattan Institute published this report that she had plagiarized one of her papers in her academic career. And that was the basis upon which she was fired. What was notable is at the same time that she was exposed for plagiarism, so was Bill Ackman's wife. Bill Ackman, one of the billionaire alumni of Harvard, who was pushing to get Claudine Gay fired, his wife, who is an Israeli Jew, she was busted for the exact same thing. Now, was there a big story about that? Of course not. Were there calls for her to be fired? Was he supposed to resign in shame? No, of course not. But this is the same story over and over and over again. Do they care about plagiarism? No. They have a political goal, and they wanted the black president to be fired and replaced by a Jewish president at Harvard. That's kind of what happened in the White House also. Do they care about fraud? No. Do they care about ethnic enclaves? Not at all.
They love them.
It's just about getting people to take their eye off the ball. And that's the proof. Nick Shirley says, expose Somalians. Yes, 100%. Let's do it. Nick Shirley says, expose everybody, including the Jews. They say, oh, oy vey, you're ruining all the goodwill that you built up. You're ruining your career. You're making a big mistake. Shame to see you go down the Groyper rabbit hole. Like clockwork, so predictable. So anyway, I just saw that on Twitter, and it was, it could not be more on the nose. I mean, it's literally beyond parody. So anyway, so I saw that on Twitter today. I thought it was funny. We have people spamming the group chat, and I'm getting notifications. Love it. I'm honestly just going to turn my phone around because I'm just being distracted by these people.
Those dudes were fucking
We're going to have to just nuke it or something.
One from the old,
so that's the whole Nick Shirley situation. I do
day,
want to move on, though. I
from
want to get into our big story
yesterday.
for the night. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but it is a little bit rich.
Right you are.
And I don't know that we ever even got a chance to talk too much about Nick Shirley when all that was going down. I was on vacation, but I had a feeling it was going to go in that direction. I saw everybody, and don't get me wrong, I like him. It's nothing to do with him. He's a good guy. But I saw everybody promoting him and pushing him, and I thought it's so obvious. They are desperate for a young white guy that isn't a Groyper. You know, they're desperate for a young white guy, a young Gen Z white male who's based and who is focused on the Muslim thing or on the brown problem, not talking about Jews, not a Groyper. And so when he came on the scene, and this was about a month after the Tucker cost, they were so relieved and they did everything they could to promote him. That is until he didn't even make a thing about Lakewood. He just replied to somebody else who did.
Wow.
Now they say your goodwill is running out, kid.
Deuces.
Amazing. Amazing.
That is
but anyway, that's that. I do want to move on. I want to get into the State of the Union address a little bit from last night. Like I said, we had a pretty massive stream, 70,000 live viewers tuned in. So I appreciate you guys checking out my live reaction. And I have to tell you, though, if you watched my coverage last night, I was very critical.
He was.
And very negative.
He was not.
And I have to report reluctantly that I was wrong. Last night, I said that the State of the Union was average, ineffective. I said, and ultimately, I thought that most people were not going to like it. I said that the average person is going to watch that and think that it was chaotic and divisive and combative. And I thought that it was a flop.
Discord.
But I was wrong. And today, all the polls, all of them, show that the majority of people actually loved the speech. Even the CNN poll, the CNN flash poll after the speech, showed that out of all the people that watched the speech, over 60% of people thought it was
crazy,
good.
Man.
And that includes 80% of Republicans, 40% of Democrats,
they had a Medal of Honor,
a majority of independents. So people liked the speech. And this is a story. This is from CNN. It says, quote, President Trump's State of the Union address drew largely positive marks from a heavily Republican audience, according to a CNN poll conducted by SSRS. But it didn't fully convince significant shares of even that friendly audience that he is focusing on the nation's most important problems or that he'll lower the cost of living. Nearly 2/3 of speech watchers said they had at least a somewhat positive reaction to Trump's speech, with a smaller 38% offering a very positive response. That's a few points cooler than the reception to his address to Congress last year, and falls below the ratings for his first-term speeches in CNN polling. It is similar to the ratings that former President Joe Biden saw during his last year in office. In the pre-speech survey, a majority of viewers said they most wanted to hear about the economy and the cost of living. Nearly half of the audience, 45%, said, based on Trump's speech, that he was focusing too little on the issue, with 53% saying that he had given the issue the right amount of focus. And so, I watched the speech last night, and for me, I actually liked it.
Me too.
And I was cheering for Trump at times. The only reason I felt that people might not like the speech is because I perceive that as maybe self-indulgent. I consider myself to be very far right. And I have been heavily critical of Trump because he's not far right enough. And what was notable about the speech is that he was so antagonistic towards the Democrats, so combative, so direct, literally pointing at them and blaming them for all the problems. That's the Democrats. They want to raise the taxes. They want to take Medicare. They brought the illegals in. And I come from a time 10 years ago when Trump first ran that this kind of thing was really frowned upon. And when Trump used to do this sort of thing, people hated it. At least your average person did. And so even though I liked it, there were many moments during the speech that I liked. He called them crazy for supporting transgenderism, blamed them for supporting illegal immigration, which killed people, admonished them for not standing for Irina Zarutska's parents. I was literally cheering for these moments when Ilhan Omar was sitting there stewing and seething while Trump called Somalians pirates and scammers.
Medal of
I
Freedom.
love those parts of the speech.
That dude put those uppity bitches on the spot so decent. Ilhan Omar and that fucking wildebeest Pramila Jayapal. The fuck out of here. Seriously, I hate.
They were great, and I thought he was very high energy. And you know what? On some level, he's right. Although I blame a lot of the failures on him and on his incompetence and on his personnel, who I think are terrible. Of course, the only reason we're in this predicament is because the Democrats, they are doing a lot of these things. They are obstructing his agenda with the federal judges and the sanctuary cities. And we are very critical of the White House and the administration. I think they make a lot of unforced errors. I think they're not optimal. They could be much better and more aggressive and everything. But let's be honest, if the Democrats had it their way, this country would be screwed. It's true.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, it is true. The Democrats do want to redistribute the wealth to all the non-white people and the foreigners. The Democrats do want to open up the borders and bury the country in immigrants and foreign labor. The Democrats are doing everything they can to prevent the country from working, even basic things. Voter ID, E-Verify, having immigration enforcement. These are like the basics. You got 10 million illegal aliens. You really think all those people can or should stay? It doesn't even make any sense. Even if you're a radical, 10 million in 4 years and what, now they're just here forever? You have to get rid of them. So it's true. They are the problem. They have gone totally insane. And you see it in the jeering from Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. These people are pieces of shit. I don't care how anti-Israel they are, because that's always the common refrain. People say, well, it's one struggle, and they criticize Israel.
Damn
They
right.
could criticize Israel all they want.
That Pramila
They are
Jayapal, that fucking fat-nosed wildebeest, she looks like a damn bovid, bro. A straight-up bovid. A motherfucking cow. Some type of a fucking bovine family member. Big old fat nose. She should have a fucking ring in the center. God, and she's ugly as sin, man.
Ilhan Omar is trash. Rashida Tlaib is trash.
Tlaib,
These are
me,
disgusting,
they all are,
anti-American pieces of shit. And if you think they're any different from the Jews, you got another thing coming. Think about it. Why is it that we don't like Ben Shapiro? We don't like Ben Shapiro because he thinks he's better than us.
He damn sure does.
He's a chauvinist. He's a Jewish supremacist.
You don't deserve
He
to
thinks
live in
he's
your
better than
neighborhood.
us. He thinks he deserves to rule us.
Yep.
And he thinks that we exist to serve Israel. We exist to serve the Jews.
Goddamn right.
And he hates Europeans. He thinks that we are inherently racist in our DNA.
Inherently anti-Semitic.
Literally, how is that different from Ilhan Omar? She believes the exact same thing. She's a chauvinist. She's a supremacist.
You know, and it's crazy coming from the Somalians who have literally contributed zero to the human race. Nothing. They are nothing. They're less than nothing. And these fucking people come here and wagged. It's like, oh my God. Like, ugh. They need to be fucking just ridden out on, like, get the fuck out. Go fix your own country.
As a Muslim Somali, she thinks that her piece of shit culture is better than ours. She comes here and she has disdain for white people. She thinks that white men are dangerous and terrorists. She thinks that we're racist, just as Shapiro does.
Then why doesn't she leave?
It's not that much different. And so a lot of people get it twisted and they say these progressive.
It doesn't make any sense. Oh, you're literally a fucking elected official, a federal elected official in a racist country. Never fucking happened. I mean, where the fuck they do this at? Not in Somalia.
Democrats, because they criticize the oligarchs and because they criticize Israel, they're somehow on our side. They are not.
Nope.
Try your hand with the left. Try your luck with the left. It's not going to work out. Was Joe Biden anti-Israel? Absolutely not. And Ilhan Omar, she said it's all about the Benjamins. And then her slave master cracked the whip and she got real quiet, didn't she? Remember that?
She did.
Some years ago, she said, why do we give money to Israel? Well, it's all about the Benjamins. And Nancy Pelosi, the slave driver, cracked the whip and she piped down. We didn't hear too much more about that for a long time.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi.
They're no different. They're no different on the other side. And if they had it their way, we'd be supporting Israel maybe marginally less. The only difference is they hate white people and they'll be bringing more immigrants here. So to me, this is a uniparty. There is really no difference. And a lot of people, they sort of make this mistake where they say, well, we don't like the Republicans because they're with Israel. Hey, so are the Democrats. They're on the same team. It's a uniparty. And anyway.
They are.
So when I see Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and they're seething and jeering and they hated the speech, I'm like, good. Fuck these people. They are the enemy. Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, they are the enemy. Look at their faces. Rashida Tlaib has a pin on that says, fuck ICE.
I said
First
this
of
earlier.
all,
yep.
You are a disgusting human being. You are a disgusting, fat, ugly pig. Cunt. You're a sitting U.S. Congresswoman. You have a pin on your lapel with that vulgarity. You bring that into the actual chamber of our government during the State of the Union. This is third world garbage. What are we? Maybe that flies in the Middle East. Maybe that flies in Pakistan. How dare you? How dare you soil that chamber? And I know that it has its problems, but that's the people's house.
It's kind of funny, soil that chamber, like what, like them two queers that, you know, had sex in that room on video. Fucking degenerate ass culture.
That's the U.S. Capitol. That's the house that was built by George Washington and Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin. You bring that into that house, you fucking disgusting pig. Fuck you. Go back to Pakistan. Go back to Egypt. Yeah. With the other filth. Up, she goes in there with it, and that's for opener. She's got a pin that says, fuck ICE. Really? This is what I'm talking about. These people have no decorum.
They're traitors, man.
No decorum, no respect. She's wearing a pin, F ICE. And not only is it vulgarity, but also what's the message? You're an immigrant. You're lucky that you were able to come here. This country, by the way, was built by those white supremacists that you hate so much.
And then allowed your bitch ass to come here.
You know who built this country that you live in? White supremacists.
Mm-hmm.
Every skyscraper, every government.
That's why you want to live here. That's why you want to live here. And you're literally going to try and shout us, you know, just try and destroy this country any way you know how. You can figure how.
Building our Constitution, all the laws, the internet, the rocket ships, the railroads, that's all thanks to white supremacists, okay?
No fucking Palestinian.
George Washington, white supremacist. Abraham Lincoln, white supremacist. Because I've been saying this all year. Because of this anti-Israel issue, there is this disturbing trend where everybody who criticizes Israel thinks that the left is our ally. We think that Ryan Grimm is on our side because he tweets anti-Israel stuff, and we think that Ilhan Omar is on our side. Max Blumenthal, Hassan Piker, Chunk Uger. These people are not on our side. They're not at all. And it couldn't be more clear when you see what happened last night. Could not be more obvious. Now, that doesn't mean that you got to go up Trump's system. That doesn't mean that you need to be some flag-waving Republican and you got to support Stephen Miller and Trump and all. It doesn't mean you need to go to the other side, but you need to recognize the left, they have their problems too. And I don't know that their problems are any better than the problems on the Republican side.
Does it every stream?
You got Ilhan Omar. She literally said the most dangerous people in America are white men. She said the idea that America should be preserved as a white nation is disgusting. And Ryan Grimm is her biggest fan. I'm sorry, Ryan, aren't you a white male? Hey, Emily Jashinsky from Wisconsin, aren't you a white female?
Yeah,
you think
Emily
you're going to be...
Jashinsky, fuck her. She is a stupid ass liberal blonde. She thinks she's conservative. She's just giving our country away a little slower than the Democrats and the fucking commies.
Comfortable in your nation of rape-fugees, you fucking idiot. There is nothing that pisses me off more than self-hating white people. I don't know Ryan Grimm. I don't know Jashinsky. I don't know these people. I'm sure they're very nice. And they're somewhat intelligent. But there is nothing more disgusting than naive, self-hating white people. You stand there next to Ilhan Omar, who says whites are disgusting. She's talking about you, stupid. She's talking about you. She's talking about your parents, your ancestors. You sit there and say she's the solution? A pretty little white girl from Wisconsin?
Not pretty.
Me and Ilhan Omar. Well, good luck in your country of rape-fugees. Go to Cologne on New Year's Eve and tell me how that's going. Go to Birmingham in the United Kingdom. Tell me again that Ilhan Omar is fighting for me. Why? Because she wants Medicare for all? It's ridiculous. So anyway, what was even my point? Right. Here's the point. So when Trump blames the Democrats, he's right. It's not to say that Republicans are perfect or even good. They are deeply flawed and problematic, and I'm not voting for them. But when Trump says it's because of those people, they're raising the taxes, they're supporting sanctuary cities, he's right. It's not to say that there'd be no problems otherwise, but we would have a much easier time if they were more patriotic, if they were just doing their job. And you see what you have to choose from. Unfortunately, the Republican side, as corrupt as they are,
I do watch
look at them compared to the Democrat side. You have Al Green.
What bothers me about it is they're handed their little platform just to preach from. They're handed that shit. She's a nobody, and somebody handed her podcast. It's horseshit, man. And they hand it to her, and then they advertise. Just like, man, why don't you let them come about organically? Why do you have to foist these shills on us? We deserve better, my dudes.
Ridiculous, you know what? He's there in the gallery holding up a sign that says, "Black people aren't apes."
Dude, if you have to say that explicitly, that's a tad suspect. Maybe we should disregard your placard, you dumb ass fucking ape, dude. Wow, bro. Oh my God.
That going on. Woo. Then you get the transgender congressman. You see that? When Trump acknowledged the young girl who was forcibly transitioned almost, so they pan over to the transgender Democrat Congress, man to woman. Then you get Ilhan Omar seething, screaming like a banshee because Trump calls out the Somalis. She's right next to her homegirl, Rashida Tlaib, with her fuck ice button. Bro, I don't know that that's much better, actually. So I was a bit surprised that the speech was well received, but you know what? It's actually a white pill. It shows that people are waking up and they see Trump. And don't get me wrong, like I said,
the worm is
we can say it's a good speech because it's rhetoric. In my view, this has nothing to do with his administration.
Yeah, no.
But the rhetoric of the speech is patriotic.
It was moving.
It's talking about the history of our country, about the American Revolution. It's talking about our 250-year birthday. It's talking...
Dude, a 100-year-old fighter pilot, Ace. Come on, man. If that doesn't stir your inner American, you're just not an American.
About veterans, heroes, talking about members of the military, at least paying lip service to the idea of tariffs, of ending wars, of deporting illegals, of law and order. And so that people love the speech, this energetic, combative, aggressive speech. It's actually a very big white pill that those ideas still...
That the American people's attitudes are shifting. They're receptive to that. Strong leadership, common sense, they're receptive. At least it moves them. That means something. We can work with that.
Popular. Now, here's the thing, and this is what I see as unfortunate. It's like I said last night, I like the speech, but at the end of the day, it is just a speech. And what we saw in the speech last night seems to be totally divorced from the actual governance that we're getting. And so, for example, he goes up there and talks about how Biden opened up the borders. He let in all the illegals and they killed all these people. And they're...
Like I said last night, bro, why are you saying this? We hired you to fix that, bro. We hired you to fix that. Why are you telling us that it's somebody else's fault? We know. We elected you, dude.
CDLs and they're crashing their cars into people. And you go, yeah, amen, absolutely. So true, Mr. President. You love to hear that. And people love to hear that. People agree with Trump on immigration. Yet at the same time, they pull out of Minneapolis.
Bro.
Why? See, this is my problem. Dude. If every day of the Trump administration were like the State of the Union, then we'd be in great shape.
Yeah.
But this is the issue. When they need our vote, that is when you get this bombastic rhetoric. That is when you get the Southern strategy. That is when they play it up. Okay, obviously Trump went out there last night knowing that he's got a lot of ground to cover.
Took a shot of...
he's got a lot of room to catch up here because the Democrats are pulling away with this huge lead in early voting and voter registration, in primary voting for the midterm election. So Trump is going out there knowing, I got to get people back on my side. I got to bring my A game. In a word, he is in campaign mode.
He was out for
And when Trump is in campaign mode, you love him. You love these ideas. You love these policies. If that's what we actually got, hey, we would have no problems. We would be in the third Trump administration already. It would be a Trumpenreich in outer space.
Apes.
Everything would be fine.
My God, bro.
He's up there talking about
hilarious.
tariffs and closed borders.
You'd think that kind of goes without saying, you know, stating the obvious, but apparently it needed to be stated, bro. It's not that obvious. Oh my God, dude. It's so rich.
And mass deportations and restraining the U.S. military in the Middle East. And you're thinking, yeah, I agree with all this. But then you get Trump as the president, and he just doesn't deliver. And you say, where is it?
So much.
You've been in office for 1 year. Did you notice, for example, here's how you know that what I'm saying is true. Did you notice that Trump did not once tout the number of people that have been deported?
Not a damn.
Not even once. Now, they're claiming in press releases and on Twitter that they have gotten millions of people out of the country through self-deportations and mass deportations. The real figure, which we don't even have, is estimated to be 230,000 for the year. Why didn't Trump bring that up? Why didn't Trump give us the number? If the mass deportations are so popular and so good, and if they're really happening, why not talk about it? Because he really has nothing to show for it. There's no border wall. There are no mass deportations. And if anything, we might get fewer this year than we got last year. There were very few deportations last year, and we may get even less this year. And so again, you say the speech is great. It's white-pilling that these ideas are popular. But where is campaign Trump when he actually has the levers of power in the Oval Office? Where has this guy been for the past year? And this is what you find yourself saying. You see him during the election, and you go, where was he in the first term? Then you get into the second term, and you go, oh, just like old times. Then Trump gives the speech. Oh, we're
just like
short a couple of percentage points in the approval rating. We're getting killed in the midterms. We got to turn on campaign mode. You go, whoa, where was this guy last year? Well, guess what? We're going to sail through 26. We're going to lose anyway. And it's going to be right back to where we were. And then it'll be more excuses. Oh, well, we can't do it because of the Democrats. We can't deport anybody because of the Democrats. We haven't even bothered to try. And this is my problem. And here is ultimately the saddest thing about that. You don't actually have an infinite number of opportunities. If Trump is branded as a fascist, as the mass deportations guy, as tariff man, all this kind of stuff, and then he fails, guess what? He brings all of those ideas down with him. What is the narrative? Well, the narrative is the reason the Trump administration failed is because he tried to create a unitary executive, because he tried to do tariffs and mass deportations. Now we know that doesn't work. So he's dragging all of it down with him. And you know what's becoming increasingly popular? It is these people like Zohran Mamdani. It is these economic left-wing populists. And if we allow them to get the initiative, they're going to take all these issues from us. And like I said, these are not our friends. These are not our allies. So this is sort of the tragedy of Trump. If you really want to look at it holistically, and if you want to be objective and fair, I think the speech was fantastic. I liked it. And I'm actually very pleased that so many other people agreed. It shows that when you make the case, people agree. When you make the case for deportations and tariffs, and people agree. But the problem is the execution is just not there. It's easy to write and give a speech. It's hard to have those long-term plans, that sustained focus over time, that operational and organizational know-how to carry these things out. And the corollary, if you fail while pushing those ideas, you hurt the ideas too. That's sort of that three-part formula. It's great ideas, great speech, but no execution. And unfortunately, this is the worst of both worlds because you get everybody to believe in it, but if you don't deliver, then people's hopes and dreams die with your failure. And they will start to say, well, the tariffs didn't work. Well, that policy of restraint didn't work, and mass deportations and closed borders, that didn't work. That whole approach that Trump tried, look at where that got us. That is what they will say. And that is what they tried to say. Don't take my word for it. This is exactly what they tried to do after Trump's first term. Do you remember the whole DeSantis phenomenon? The DeSantis phenomenon was literally built on this formula that I'm describing, which is that after Trump left office in 2021, Republicans ditched him. And they said, we're all in on DeSantis. Why? And if you weren't paying attention then, it should be said, there was like DeSantis mania for a couple of years. 2021, 2022, everybody thought DeSantis was going to be the guy and it was going to be Trumpism without Trump. And that was the pitch. They said, Trump failed. We need to try something else. DeSantis is everything that Trump isn't.
He can win. Trump
He's a policy wonk. He actually knows how to get things done. He knows how to use executive power because he's a governor and he's anti-woke and blah, blah. Okay, they said all this back then. And their entire pitch was based on the premise, hey, look, we tried Trumpism. It didn't work. Now we need something else. The only reason that Trump was able to recover is because the Democrats overplayed their hand and persecuted him. I genuinely believe that had Trump not been raided at Mar-a-Lago, had he not been indicted in March of 2023, I think it was, and then convicted in the spring of 2024, if that had not happened to Donald Trump, we may be looking at a very different timeline where, who knows, maybe DeSantis would have been competitive in that primary.
Bro, there don't need to be fucking phone nothing, bro. We should treat these people like subhumans, bro. They should be begging for plane tickets out of this fucking country. Why do we treat these people like human beings? They should be treated like fucking dogs until they go home. Like, I'm not talking about hurting them, but fuck these people, bro. If the government won't do it, we sure as hell can do it. Just make their lives fucking miserable. You know, hound the motherfuckers out of our country.
I'm not going to say that he would have.
What are they going to do? What are they going to do if we just say, yeah, fuck you, you scumbag, when you see him in a fucking wherever? If you're a neighbor, like, bro, fuck you, pack your shit and get the fuck out, man. It's a suitcase or the coffin, dude. Those are your choices.
I still think that in the end, Trump might have beaten him out for it, but who knows what would have happened. Trump really, it's hard to say because he really got saved. He really got bailed out by the fact that public opinion turned in favor of him when the Democrats' plans backfired. They thought they were going to put him in the jumpsuit and get the mugshot and indict him, and they thought that would kill his chances. It literally did the opposite. Mm-hmm. And one thing after the next, the Mar-a-Lago raid, the indictment in New York, the conviction, the assassination attempt, it only made Trump stronger and helped him rebound.
Well said, Auto Hoax. Well said, my dude. That's getting
But
pinned.
they were getting ready. Make no mistake about it. They were getting ready to dump Trump because they said, oh, well, we tried it and it didn't work. And what is DeSantis? Well, he was in the pocket of the Adelsons. And that's why. So this is the point that I'm getting at. If you're going to push these ideas, you have to win. It's win or die. And there is no middle ground where, well, he tried and he did some things, but it wasn't perfect. No, it doesn't work that way. If you make the challenge, you win or you die. There's no gray area. There's no middle ground. If Trump pushes tariffs, mass deportations, unitary executive, you have to succeed. If you don't, all those ideas die with you, and you're actually a liability. Case in point with the tariffs. If Trump had actually done them effectively by using these other laws, which are time-tested and weren't challenged by the Supreme Court, they'd be working right now. They wouldn't be subject to all this uncertainty because of the legal process. They wouldn't be refunded. They wouldn't have been overturned by the Supreme Court. And they'd be doing a lot better right now. But the way that Trump has gone about it, now that they've been overturned and now there's this $150 billion refund and everything's in chaos, well, people are saying, gee, tariffs are horrible. I don't know if we should do that. It's causing prices to go up, and now nobody knows whether to invest or whether to hold back. If you're going to do it, you have to do it right. So this is the tragedy of Trump. And I like the speech and I like the rhetoric. That was never the problem. When Trump is in campaign mode, you like him. The ideas are sound. And if you make the case, they're even popular. And that is the foundation of this entire movement going back to 2016. It's tariffs, foreign policy restraint, and it is nativism. Those are the three pillars of Trumpism. And if you just give people that, if you just give them that high energy rhetoric, and it's almost like an independent party platform, people will show up for it and they will vote for it and they will get energized.
Oh, yeah.
But you have to deliver. And that's always where Trump has failed. And Failure's just not an option. That's why I'm so critical.
It's not acceptable.
So I liked the speech last night, but again, you go, where is that guy every single day? Okay, you've been the president for a year. Where is it? He's talking about the Somalian fraud at the same time that he's withdrawn from Minneapolis. So which is it? Are we getting on top of the problem? I thought we were just pulling out. So that was the State of the Union. I do want to move on, and very quickly, because we are running out of time here, I want to get into the situation in Iran, and I don't want to spend too much time on this. I'm sure we'll be talking about it tomorrow as well. There have been some new developments in the ongoing crisis in the Middle East right now. And related to the State of the Union, many people believed that Trump was going to address the crisis in the Middle East during his speech. And there were even rumors that Trump might declare war during the speech, that he might make the case for a war, that maybe he might announce a new ultimatum or a military action for that matter. And what is interesting is that Trump really did not touch the issue at all. He briefly discussed Iran and simply said that Iran will never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon, which is not really any kind of addition to the conversation. Now, the reason this is notable is because tomorrow, actually in a matter of hours, is going to be the third round of talks between the U.S. and Iran in Switzerland. We are also coming up on the deadline that Trump set to make a deal. So this might be make or break. Trump said last Tuesday that Iran had 10 days, maybe up to 2 weeks to make a deal. Well, we're coming up on 10 days. It'll be 10 days on Friday. It'll be 2 weeks on Tuesday. So it looks like everything is riding on this meeting. It is really make or break. Whatever happens tomorrow, there might be a fourth round. I doubt it. And if there is, it's going to happen this weekend. Otherwise, it looks like we are mobilizing for a very serious military confrontation with Iran. There have been some developments on this front. The first one being, and this is maybe one of the more pessimistic developments, the Trump administration said in the last round of talks, which was last week, they said that Iran had a window to meet us where we are. It's like I said on Monday, this is not really a negotiation. These are really more just discussions. And the reason I say that is because the United States has made their position very clear, and they have a red line. The U.S. position is, we're not going to ask you to give up your missiles. We're not going to ask you to give up your proxy network, but you do have to give up your nuclear enrichment. You have to have a zero enrichment capacity. And that they have not budged on for a very long time. So they said this on Thursday. And the way that the White House talked about it is they said, you've got about another week to close the gap between your position and our position. That doesn't mean we're going to meet in the middle. That doesn't mean we're each going to give concessions. It means this is an ultimatum, and you are either going to surrender and capitulate to our demands, or we're going to war. So make up your mind. Tell us what it's going to be. Are you going to give up, or are we going to war? And so the administration said on Thursday that Iran had another week, there'd be another round of talks, but this is really where we are. So the Omani representative said, we will deliver Iran's response on Tuesday, which was yesterday. And the U.S. has received Iran's response.
It's your name,
and according
Joseph.
to Israeli media, Iran is not budging on enrichment. Now, they want to give concessions on their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and they may concede that they will enrich uranium at a low level for a short amount of time. But according to all the information we have, Iran's position has not changed since last week. The new position they have delivered to the White House is unchanged. It's exactly the same, and they have not acceded to the demands of the White House. And if that's the case, going into these talks tomorrow, it seems like we're not going to get a deal. Now, there's been some other developments. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, said today in a press conference that the United States believes Iran is working on a nuclear weapon, which is the first that anybody has heard of that. Iran has always maintained that their nuclear program is for peaceful purposes, and they've also said that we're not pursuing a nuclear weapon. The subject of all these negotiations has really just been about enrichment. There has not been too much discussion about weapons because Iran has never publicly acknowledged the existence of a weapons program, and they don't claim to have a weapons program. So it's sort of interesting. J.D. Vance says, well, they're rebuilding their weapons program, and we can't allow that. And that's a very bizarre thing to say because, again, the subject of the negotiations is whether or not they can enrich at all. For peaceful purposes, for weapons purposes, at 1.5%, at 90%. It's actually not even a matter of contention. Iran has conceded. They have no desire to build the bomb. Now, whether that is true and whether we believe them is another matter entirely, but that is their public position. Later in the day, Marco Rubio came out, Secretary of State, and he said that it would be a big problem if Iran and the U.S. do not discuss missiles tomorrow at the negotiations. This is from the Times of Israel. It says, quote, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Iran is attempting to develop intercontinental ballistic missiles and that talks on Thursday with Iran will largely be focused around the nuclear program. However, Rubio warned that Iran must negotiate on its missile program. He said, quote, I would say the Iranian insistence on not discussing ballistic missiles is a big, big problem. So once again, it's a very bizarre comment because the entire framework of the negotiations is that we are not going to discuss the missile program. The only condition for Iran to even enter these indirect negotiations in the first place is that they are centered on exclusively the nuclear file. The Ayatollah has made it very clear this time around, as well as last year, that missiles and proxies are just not even on the table. They will not entertain that. And as a matter of fact, they have said we will not even enter negotiations if that's part of it. And so all these talks that they're having, many of the preliminary talks are literally just about this issue, which is which topics will be discussed. And they have laid it out over and over and over again. The framework for this diplomacy is whether and what issues will be discussed. And we have been operating on.
There is a good reason for it. Deterrence. They have the enriched material and they're on the precipice. It's basically saying, hey, you push us and we're right on the edge. We'll make it happen. But it also, they can still say, hey, we haven't made it. You know, it is a deterrent. I get it. You know, I mean, and if I was Iran, I would not be giving that shit up neither, man. I mean, they have history to go by.
Basis with Iran, that it's all nuclear. The first round of talks in Turkey, or rather, they were moved to Oman. The first round of talks in Oman, they said it's only nuclear. Big relief. The second round of talks in Europe, all nuclear. Tomorrow, all nuclear. And yet today, Rubio says, well, if we don't have a deal on ballistic missiles, well, then the whole thing is scuttled. It's going to be a big problem.
I love that word, scuttled.
And you have to ask, why is he saying that today? What is the purpose of this? Because it would appear that this is an attempt to scuttle the talks. You have, at the same time, the Iranian deputy foreign minister, which is the counterpart to Rubio. Foreign minister is the counterpart. The deputy is working for the counterpart. The deputy foreign minister for Iran says, we're close to a deal. It's within reach. We think that you're going to be very pleased on Thursday. And the day before, Rubio says, yeah, well, if it doesn't have missiles, it's going to be a problem. That seems like a really good way to spook the Iranians and either get them to pull out of the talks or at the minimum to scuttle any kind of progress that has been made towards a deal on nuclear. If Iran, and again, there's no rumor that this is the case, but even if Iran were willing to meet the U.S. where it is with enrichment, now you throw in the missile issue, which they don't even want to entertain. What is the thought process there? Now, to play devil's advocate, to answer that question, you might imagine a scenario where maybe this is a way to finesse the U.S. position and pursue an off-ramp. And what do I mean by that? Well, up until this point, as I've said for a very long time, the U.S. and Iran have these intractable positions. They're not reconcilable. They're mutually exclusive. The U.S. has said zero enrichment, and Iran has said...
Yeah, they would be dumb not to be preparing for this eventuality. Yeah, you're right, the scuttlebutt.
...are never giving up enrichment. And our understanding has been informed by this dynamic. As long as that is the case, no deal can be made. And if no deal can be made, then there has to be a war quickly. And it will have to be a regime change war. Anything less than regime change, if we just hit them, if we just degrade their forces, well, they will just build back up over time. And if anything, the types of weapons they will rebuild are exactly the types of weapons we don't want them to acquire. You see? So if we're telling them you can't enrich and they're insisting that they have to, no deal is ever possible. And if no deal is possible, then we have to suspect they're building fuel for a nuclear bomb and they're building a giant missile arsenal. So the pressure is on us to hit them hard and hit them fast. And if we don't completely decapitate them, well, in a year, 2 years, they're just going to rebuild everything we blow up. So if we hit them, it's got to be decisive. This is the logic. This is the logic of the problem. So what you would say is that Trump is really in a jam here. There's no way to get out of this. There's no off-ramp. There's no way to de-escalate. There's no way to bring these positions any closer if Iran is obstinate. That is, unless you sort of finesse what your own position is. And so whereas the logic of this problem is based on the administration wanting zero enrichment, why do they want zero enrichment? Because if Iran can enrich, then they can make highly enriched uranium, and that would fuel a bomb. And if Iran wanted a bomb, then they can make one using that, and then they would be a nuclear power, and that's a big problem. But ultimately, thematically, our problem with enrichment is that they might get a bomb. So what if we finesse our red line and we say, well, we just don't want them to get a bomb? Well, Iran can still enrich while agreeing not to get a bomb. You see the difference? If you go and say zero enrichment, well, there's no room for negotiation there. There's no ambiguity. That's very precise. We're saying your infrastructure needs to be blown up and monitored, and if you don't do it, we're going to kill you. But if we say, well, we're not saying zero enrichment, we're just saying you can't have a bomb, and this is the finesse, we say, well, and that's kind of what zero enrichment is really pointed towards. We don't really care if you enrich at 1% or maybe have the facilities and don't use them. The concern is you might build a bomb. Well, what if we just sort of walk it back and we say, well, we're cool if you don't build a bomb? Is this where this rhetoric is coming from? Trump says in the State of the Union, Iran can never have a bomb. Vance says today, Iran can never get a bomb. Well, that has never been in contention. Iran is not publicly, openly, officially pursuing a bomb at all, and they never have. Now, whether they're doing that clandestinely is a different matter. Obviously, they have been, or they're pursuing a nuclear hedge. But their official position is, we don't want a bomb. We're not working on a bomb. We don't even have a weapons program. In other words, that is something they have already agreed to, at least nominally. So if all of a sudden the U.S. position has been altered from zero enrichment to promise us you won't get a bomb, you have now changed the position from something Iran will never agree to, and they have obstinately refused, which is zero enrichment, to something they have already agreed to, which is that they are not working on a bomb. Might that be the purpose? Now, considering the ballistic missiles, Iran does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles. They don't have them. They have the technology. They might be working towards one at some point, although they don't have any. But once again, just like with the bomb issue, the distinction, you've got the centrifuges and you've got a bomb. Similarly, Iran has thousands of short and medium range ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, drones, but it doesn't have anything that can hit the United States, an intercontinental ballistic missile. It mirrors the nuclear issue. Up until this point, Israel has been telling us you need to force them to accept restrictions on their missiles. And what Israel is talking about is those thousands of missiles that they already have. Short, medium-range ballistic missiles, hypersonics, etc. Well, if suddenly Rubio is saying they cannot have ICBMs, they could hit us. Once again, they don't have those. So Turkey, you take the position from something.
Turkey is in NATO. Or no, they're in the EU. And NATO. They're not with Russia. I mean, maybe they have some ties, but like they're in the European gang.
That Iran will not even consider discussing, which is their existing ballistic missile program, and something that is theoretical, which is what they might do in the future with the technology they have, an ICBM that could hit the United States. And so is this a way to finesse the U.S. position? And let's say tomorrow the agreement is that Iran will never build an ICBM and they'll never build a nuclear bomb, but they're going to keep all their ballistic missiles and they're going to keep their centrifuges, but maybe not use them. Is that an off-ramp? Is that a way where everybody can be happy? That is maybe a charitable interpretation. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying that might be one heuristic. Because when I hear these things, they're sort of a red flag where you say, wait a second, nuclear weapons, that's new. Because up until this point, the red line was zero enrichment. Now they have to agree never to get a bomb. And that's explicitly what Trump has said. Trump has said, we're looking for the words, we won't build a bomb. Well, Iran will agree to that. And same thing with missiles. When Israel talks about missiles, they're talking about those shorter range missiles that are going to hit Israel or U.S. bases. They're not talking about ICBMs. And suddenly Rubio is saying, well, the ICBMs need to be a part of this or else. And it sounds like the rhetoric is getting stronger, but in a way it's being softened. But it could go either way. I think, however, at this point, it is more likely that we will hit Iran. I think that just based on the force posture that has been assembled, the amount of air power, sea power, to me, it just seems like an inevitability. If we have that much force there, we're going to tend to use it.
They're ready to swing it and hit somebody.
You don't deploy that much force as a symbolic act. So if I had to bet, I'm still leaning towards there will be a strike.
Yeah, I have a Discord.
What that will be, I think the calculus now changes. But I will say that the chances of a deal might have just gone up, actually, based on the rhetoric from the U.S., because it did change. I told you last week the rhetoric from the White House was very cool. They were very cold towards these negotiations, and it was basically a take it or leave it. And then what we start hearing from the White House is that the generals are concerned. They have these reservations whether a strike will be successful. And they say that Trump is surprised the Iranians have not capitulated. So you start hearing these doubts from the White House. Now you get these positions, which, again, they're sort of a head scratcher, unless they're finessing their own red line. Now here's the last piece. There was an article in Politico today which says that the United States may want Israel to hit Iran first. Why? They say that if Israel starts the war and they hit Iran really hard, and then Iran attacks Israel and the United States, then it's easier for us to go in and hit Iran and make a case to the people that it's necessary. And maybe that is a way that we can symbolically strike them, do some damage, and that's a way to do your pre-strike. That's a way to do your small, narrow, limited strike with minimal retaliation, to convince them we're serious and maybe extract a deal. Maybe that's another way to say, hey, if Israel wants a deal so bad, or rather they want us to intervene, then you start the war and you take your chances with Iran and you can take the brunt of the damage. Sort of an interesting thing. The same Politico article said that the Pentagon is worried that if we go into Iran, we're going to be stretched very thin in terms of our capabilities. And maybe China will be watching this and they will decide to make their move in Taiwan. There's only so many Minuteman missiles and Patriot batteries and THAAD systems and carriers and F-22s. There's only so much of all this stuff to go around. And if all of it is in the Middle East to fight Iran, maybe China decides now is the time. So you wonder who is leaking this to Politico and what is their end game? Is that a message to Israel? Is that maybe a message to the electorate? But clearly there is a lot of movement on this question right now. I don't think anybody really knows what's going to happen. Perhaps a decision hasn't even been made at the top. But we will see what happens tomorrow. I think I'll probably be updating you tomorrow on the show after the meeting. Like I said, the Iranians and the Americans will be meeting again in Switzerland tomorrow. And this will be the third round of talks. And then we will find out if there's going to be another round, if there's an agreement. And then we'll see where we are. We'll see what the reaction is on both sides. But all eyes right now are on the Persian Gulf. A lot of moving parts here. But that's that. We are going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this.
Yeah, I'm going to start having a bot hold the super chats, and I'll read them at the end. You know, just because I think it's more fun that way, to be honest.
Up here, and then we'll take a look.
I kind of like how Nick does it. It's, you know.
But I got to be honest. At this point, I'm going to be a little bit disappointed if there's no war. I can't even lie to you.
Yeah, he's been harping on it.
He's
got his reputation rolled up in it.
Disappointed.
Seriously.
Not because I want people to die and for there to be a World War III, but it's like...
He staked his reputation on it.
I want to be proven right.
Absolutely.
That's a big part of it.
Of course.
But two, don't you just kind of want to see it?
No.
Am I the only one? I mean, seriously.
I'd like to see us go to war with
I know
Israel.
it's wrong. I know it's bad. I'm not in favor of a war. But don't you just kind of want to see what happens? I kind of just want to see it play out, even though it's horrible, even though it's evil. It's just so much more boring if there's like a big peace agreement and everybody shakes hands. Isn't that so much more boring? I want a happening. I want to watch the live stream. I want to see it. Does that make me a bad person? I just feel like it'll be cool. I mean, at least the force will be cool to witness, even if it's not a good decision. So maybe that's just me. I'm going to feel like I got cheated if we don't get something, you know?
Rick 17 sent $20. Hey, 5 feet 9 inches Chud Beta. Why the low energy tonight? You hate on Trump no matter what. Speech was good tonight. Give him time. He's turning the country around.
Give him time. It's been 10 years.
Dude, for real.
I love that. It's always, hey, we just need more time. It's
more
like,
time.
That's just the wrong heuristic.
Yeah, more time.
You have to look at what is happening. You can't just look at the lack of progress and say, I'm sure it'll get better over time. You have to look at who is doing things and what they're doing. It's no good.
John Porter sent $20.
And trust me, I think I'm actually fair when it comes to Trump. I think I'm objective. When he does things that I like, I support it. When he does things that I don't like, I don't support it. He just happens to do a lot of things pretty poorly.
John Porter sent $20. Someone called the publishing house at Merriam-Webster Dictionary and quickly informed them of 2 new words recently discovered in the English language whose pronunciations need updating. Rhetoric and hyperbolic.
Rhetoric. That was pretty funny.
Pickled Beets sent $20. Candace blundered during the Erica Kirk expose. Massachusetts, multiple times. That's pretty bad considering she's from CT.
Did she really say that? I didn't watch today. That whole thing is just... What are we even doing? Honestly. It's scary how many people are still bought into that whole show. How many months has it been? Has it been 6 months? Charlie Kirk died almost 6 months ago. And what evidence do we have that it's a conspiracy? Whatever happened to the Egyptian planes? Remember that? She hung her hat on Egyptian planes. I didn't do that. She did.
Yeah, but
she said in like 30 different shows, it's a God thing. I think it's those Egyptian planes. That's the key to everything. She literally said that's the basis of her whole theory. She said, I have this hunch. It's a God feeling. I just happen to know that the Egyptian planes are the key to all of this. Tucker echoed that and said, I happen to know that that is true for a fact. And whatever happened to that? Well, it turns out it was fake. It was a hoax. She just got all the information wrong. I don't know how. I don't know if she made some transcription error, but somebody bought the same data set that she was using, and she literally just had the wrong data. The Egyptian military planes were not on the same continent as Charlie Kirk or Erica Kirk's planes. And so this was basically just debunked. And she came out and said, oh, well, you know, maybe I didn't get everything right, but I'm going to put up this interactive map and I'm going to show exactly the truth. And she just never did it, just never spoke of it again. How are people still on this train? And you understand, it just goes from one thing to the next thing to the next thing, and there's never a follow-up. And you would think after 6 months you get something. They have this saying, where there's smoke, there's fire. Where the fuck is the fire? There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of hot air. There's a lot of theories. Oh, well, why did they pave over the thing so quickly? Oh, well, how did that bullet not do that? And what about this? And what about that? Okay, it's been 6 months. Where's the evidence? Can you really even say one thing about this conspiracy? Even one thing. Even one thing at this point that points towards an alternative hypothesis. No, we still have no idea. It's France, it's Egypt, it's Israel, it's the CIA. It's because he was a psychic. It's because he was a time traveler. Now we're just beating this poor woman to death, Erica Kirk. And you know me. Okay, I think Erica Kirk, she's obviously a pageant girl. Like, I think that a lot of it is performative. And I think that Turning Point is sort of a sus organization. I'm not saying there's nothing weird going on there. I've been at odds with Turning Point for many years. So they are a corrupt organization, in my opinion. And Erica Kirk, I think she was in an arranged marriage with Charlie. Something was going on there. But now it's like, oh, she's transgender too, like Brigitte Macron, and she went to she was born in a military hospital, and it's like, honestly, I don't think Erica Kirk is at the center of the global conspiracy. But it's just, how many chapters into this season of The Candace Show are we in? First, it was what was the first theory? It was the Netanyahu letter and the Bill Ackman retreat. Oh, that's all fake? Oh, well, it's about the Egyptian planes. Oh, that's all fake? Oh, well, it's about Erica Kirk. And it's like, dude, you met with her. You had a chance to ask her everything and anything. You had a chance to ask Turning Point everything and anything on a stream, and he didn't even show up. So I don't know who's even still on board. It's just, it's nuts. And, yeah, I think she's just lost the plot with it.
I don't think she ever.
And like I said, I'm not saying that to white knight for Erica Kirk. And I'm not calling Candace Owens demonic. I don't think she's demonic.
Kirk, I miss her.
And I think, unfortunately, these other people, they're just blowing it. They are playing right into Candace's hands because they just fucking blow it every time. There's obviously some kind of influenceable campaign or something like that that went out the other day because they all have the same talking point. That much is obvious. And Candace Owens rightly pointed this out and said these people are all using the same talking points, and it's so, the way they're talking about it's insane. So the only good news is they're just eating each other, and I like to see that. Candace Owens is just doing damage to the conservative movement, and I kind of live for that. I don't appreciate the fact that she's not doing it with a ton of integrity, but she's fighting a lot of people that screwed me over. I say that's your just desserts. She's eating Daily Wire's lunch. She's eating Turning Point's lunch. I'm not complaining. And I think they're taking the piss out of her. So I say let them have it.
Yeah,
I'm actually for once grateful to sit this one out and just eat some popcorn, you know?
Eat some pie, some apple pie.
But I will say, she's even making me feel bad for Erica Kirk. And I said, I was one of the first people to say, even before Candace, before anybody, I was one of the first people to say, I think Erica and Charlie were in an arranged marriage. Turning Point's clearly corrupt. And again, I don't think that they were killing him. I don't think they killed the guy, but this is sort of an abnormal situation. But even I have to say, leave this poor woman alone. It's one thing to scrutinize a person. Nobody's saying you can't scrutinize her, but now it's just like, I don't know. On some level, she did just lose her husband. Like, are we really going to go balls to the wall on this woman? And like I said, you can ask questions, you can criticize her. I'm all in favor of that. I mean, knock yourself out. I said the same thing in September. I said literally the same thing in September. But you also got to say, hey, I mean, her husband did just get shot in the face. And, I think it's a little bit over the top. Now they're trying to claim Erica Kirk is like the center of this giant conspiracy. I don't know about all that. I think that she's just kind of a spook. I think that she comes from like a spook family, to put it mildly. Her parents are spooked up with the military or something. And I think that she is somebody that was set up with Charlie because he was looking for a wife. And she was a political opportunist or something like that. And I don't doubt that they had a relationship. I don't doubt that they came to love each other. But I don't think that it was like, I don't think the story they said was true. Where it's like she applied for a job and Charlie was like, oh, hey, you're really cute. Let's go on a date. I don't think it happened like that.
Hell no.
I think they got set up by somebody. He's a very powerful guy in the GOP. She probably had some connections through her parents. And I think they probably got set up and it was one of these political things. And they had a family together. And I think they probably came to love each other. And look, Turning Point is what it is. They make a shit ton of money from very powerful donors. And so I think they're a giant political interest organization. But to sort of imply that this is some grand thing and it's like, oh, it's a CIA military conspiracy concerning psychics and this esoteric thing. And, that's when you lose me. That's when I say that's just a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Nice.
Anyway, that's my take on the whole situation. So I didn't even watch the show today. I saw some of the clips on Twitter. But yeah, I think it's over the top.
Amanda Kuba sent $25. Crown emoji.
Thank you.
Shoeless Joseph sent $20. The merch pitch before the source change was my favorite part of the show. Always funny and unique. You earned your millions. While textiles may not be important economically, they are essentials. No one lives without them. Is the merch at least not from China? Is it from a U.S. ally? That would be respectable and consistent.
Psycho.
Hot Dog Alex sent $25. Is it acceptable to marry a full Asian if she just won a gold medal skating to the GOAT song of 2026? David Joe 101 sent $20. Lex Wexner's lawyer threatened him to make him look innocent like Walter White threatened his wife to make her look innocent. And the going fell for it. Are you doing the full 20 grams of creatine? S sent $20. Is this finally Yoba? What even happened to BA? I'm asking because I remember you defending him to Matoko years ago. It stuck in my memory as wow, Nick's actually a good friend. Never do drugs. Turns you into a spineless flip-flop. I remember the video that he deleted the same day disavowing the alt-right, then apologized.
Who? I don't know that person.
David Joe 101 sent $20. Lex Wexner's lawyer threatened him to make him look innocent like Walter White threatened his wife to make her.
That's a
Poke Roy sent $100. Global Globe.
Global Globe. Thank you for the big super chat. Look, we're going to be charitable and we're going to say maybe she just had a brain fart. It happens. Some of the things she says, you could legitimately say, wow. Like when she says, what was the thing she said the other day? Anecdote. That's a wow. Global Globe. I don't know. Maybe she just had a brain fart. She goes, I should win a Global Globe. Oh, come on. I'm starting to feel bad for her. Now, every time she makes a mistake, people just jump on it. Every time she look, I'm a broadcaster. You flub. You say enough words in an hour, you're going to flub one or two of them. Now, it's one thing to habitually mispronounce a word because you don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. It's another thing to have like a little brain fart. We all have one of those. Anecdote, that's one thing, but Global Globe, I'll let it slide.
David Joe 101 sent $20. Sorry, duplicate, you can keep it.
Thanks.
Sam White sent $20. Hey, Nick. Quick shout out to Max, who's a big fan of the show and is currently at Paris Asylum getting ready to die for Israel. Appreciate all you do, Nick. USA emoji.
Hey, thank you, man. Yes, big shout out to Max.
Crypt84 sent $100. One thing connecting Jews, Muslims, and immigrants with regard to expectations of Americans: assimilation, scamming welfare, mass Islamic prayer in public, and subverting government is an assimilation.
Yep. Thank you for the big super chat. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. They want us to choose and say, oh, we're team Islam. We hate Islamophobia. And Islam's terrific because they revere Jesus as a prophet. And it's like, no, we don't want Muslims here. We don't want millions of Muslims here.
That's not good enough, man.
That is not who we are.
Yeah.
And it's because Islam is not the truth. Islam is not the truth. Jesus Christ is the truth. The Logos is the truth. Christ is the Word. The Word is with God. So no, Islam is a false religion. If you are a Muslim, you are worshiping a demon. Okay? And I know Nostra Aetate says, well, they worship the monotheistic God. They worship the Father. I don't think so. They're following some cult. I don't support it. I don't want it in my country. It is foreign and it isn't true. So they're trying to get you to go on that side. Oh, boo Israel. We're pro-Muslim. And the Jews are trying to do the exact opposite. And they're saying, oh, Muslims are the problem. Boo Muslims, and Jews are fine. Jews are fighting Islam. We're Judeo-Christian. We're people of the book, blah, blah. And you go, no, we don't want you either. Judaism is also a false religion. That is also a false religion. You're worshiping a demon too. Joseph. Your Talmud, your mysticism, your Chabad Lubavitch, your Lurianic Kabbalah, you're worshiping a demon too. That's also a false religion. We don't want that here either. So it's like I say, we have to take our own side, even if you're a pagan, okay? Even if you're a pagan, even if you're a non-Christian, our civilization is Christian. Absolutely. That's our cultural language. That is our heritage. That is our...
Like, man, we got to defend this stuff to the death. The whole, oh, they're better than them and they're... But no, none of them. They're all shit. And people need to quit pretending otherwise.
Vocabulary.
Spade,
we are a Christian civilization. And that's the big dog. And that is what we're going with. Even if you're not a Christian, it's what it is. That's right. Rome, that's Neoplatonism, that's the Scholastics. Water, that is who we are. Contrary to Islam, contrary to Judaism, contrary to Marxism, liberalism. So, yeah, I agree. We have to take that middle path. And I'm so sick of hearing about, Islamophobia, Muslims are our closest allies. I don't think so. I'm not really about that. Because it's never a two-way street. And they come here and it's so funny. I saw this with Sneeko. You notice this with Sneeko? So the other day, Sneeko is responding to a video of Muslims praying in the park at night. And some boomer goes up to them and he's trolling them and he's yelling at them. And Sneeko goes, they're not bothering anybody. No one's there. They're in the park. It's at night. They're not bothering anybody. They're just hanging out.
Yeah, that's the
And then where do you see Sneeko during Ramadan? Times Square, New York, in the middle of the evening. Oh, so what happened? So first you go, oh, leave us alone. It's Islamophobia. We're not bothering anybody. Then you're in Times Square. What's the excuse now? Now you are bothering everybody. And you know what you're doing now? Now you're an imposition. You're imposing that on everybody. You're in the center of our country. Times Square is the center of our great global city, of our empire city.
That's where...
And you are taking up space there for no other reason than to make a statement, which is we are here and we are Muslim and we are here to conquer. That is what that is about.
Mm-hmm.
So the goal there is to be as conspicuous as possible. And then you go,
what did the Crusaders do when they were trying to take the Holy Land? They went right up into Jerusalem, big as shit, and started throwing their weight around. Make no mistake, man.
What? This isn't a Muslim country. Pack it the fuck up and take it to a mosque. You're lucky we have a First Amendment. You do have freedom to practice your religion. Practice it in your constitutionally protected mosque. You don't see Christians doing a march with the rosary.
Bro, we are not infidels. They are the infidels. They are fucking infidels. And Christians have slayed those bastards by the bushel for that fact in the past, you know, and they're no less infidels today. They can call us infidels all they want, but in reality, they're the fucking infidels.
You don't see a procession in Dubai. You don't see a procession in Mecca. You don't see a Christian procession in Medina or in those cities in Qum. You don't see a procession over there because it's not allowed. Christians have their area over there where they can practice, but it's not allowed everywhere, certainly not allowed in the middle. And then you know what Sneeko says when you call him out? He goes, "You're right. You're right. We are Muslim, and we did just pray in New York, and we are."
Wait, so you looking to get your ass whooped, you fucking mutt? Dude, I'd be looking to kick this jerk-off's ass if I met him. Like, bro, who the fuck are you talking to like that? Getting all belligerent and shit, bro. You ain't even 5% of the population, man. You better recognize some shit. Like, bro, you ain't home, dude. Take your ass on back to Haiti.
And you know, this is what they do, and that is how they are. They're very crafty.
They ain't.
At once, they play the victim. And they go, "Leave us alone, Islamophobia, oy vey." They literally sound like Jews.
Dude,
they are literally
you ain't
just...
gots to live here, bro. You don't like the way you're treated? Yeah. Yo, man, you could take it to another establishment, period. That's it. That's all that we should be saying.
This is what the Jews do.
Dude, I finally got the chat.
The Jews will say, "We're the victim, anti-Semitism." And like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, they say anti-Semitism is out of control. We don't feel safe in the city. And then they go, "You're right, we do run the media. We're going to crush you." Just like with the Muslims.
God, he does that voice.
It's Bismillah, Islamophobia, everyone's attacking us. And they go, "We are here, and we're in Times Square, and you can't do a fucking thing about it." And that's why Christians need to say, no more gaslighting. No more gaslighting. Raise up the cross. I want a Roman salute from everybody. A Roman salute to our Caesar. Roman salute to our church. Hail Christ. Hail Christ. Hail Caesar. Hail Rome.
Do it, bro.
Okay, this is the new Rome, bitch. And we're taking Muslims by their thobe and all their goofy shit, and we're taking Jews by their yarmulke, and we gotta flick them back out to the Middle East. Get the fuck out of here. This is a new Rome, bitch.
Guitar, boy.
This is a new Rome, motherfucker. Get on board or get out. Somalians, get the fuck out. Hasidic Jews, get the fuck out. Ben Shapiro, get the fuck out. Christians have to get real. Christians need to grow a pair of balls. Stop the gaslighting.
Sack the fuck up. Say it like you got a pair.
I love to see it. I love to see the boomers out there in New York. Thank you, boomers. Thank you, MAGA boomers. I know you may not be based on Israel, but thank you, base boomers, for fighting for space in our fucking country. This is not a Muslim country at all. No Muslim roots here. This is a Christian country. When Christopher Columbus came here, it was a flag with a cross on it. It was christened for Christ. And this is a Christian nation. Don't make a mistake and think it's anything else. It always has been. How many of the colonies had a state-run church at the time of the founding? How many of the founding fathers were Christian? What was the percentage of Christians at the time of the founding? Who were the settlers? They came here.
They were fucking pilgrims and they were Puritans. Straight up. You know, I've been wanting to say this for a little while too. I hate to interrupt it, but it needs to be said. In England, you know, in like 1200, you know, around the Crusades, it's like an ongoing brothel. You know, people were not, you know, godly and pious. And bro, in the 15, 16, or like the 1600s, there was like this huge conservative revival in England. And all of a sudden, the Puritans became the majority faction, man. Straight up. It can happen again. We can go from being a degenerate culture to a culture of Christ. Like it can be done. It can be done, man. It has been done with our people. Because They hadn't gone to America yet. So these are our people. They actually went to America to pursue that piety. We've lost
the
our
Puritans,
way a bit,
the Catholics, the Presbyterians, all these other, the Quakers, what religion were they from? How many of them were Sunni and Shia? No, sorry, they were Quakers.
Hey,
they were Puritans.
I love to see it, my dudes. I love to see it. Preach.
They were
Good
Catholics.
on you, gentlemen.
They were Episcopalians. They were all different manner of Christian. It wasn't until hundreds of years later that you guys started coming in here.
We're not destined to, Christianity isn't destined to fade away, man. It will if we let it. We can evangelize again. It's not over until we say it's over.
Count yourself as lucky. And look, I don't hate Muslims. I don't hate them at all. And I'm not saying we should take away their rights. I think they should have a right to practice.
Sorry to keep interrupting, but the founding fathers, that was like 30 dudes. There was a damn sight more people there. And they were Puritans, my dude. They were Puritans.
Religion. And they should have their same right as anybody else. But we
all know what pilgrims look like. That is the costume of a Puritan.
Fight for the core and the center. This is a Christian civilization, not a Muslim one. You want to go and practice your religion in your mosque, knock yourself out. But the signs are not going to be in Arabic, my friend.
This government.
And you want to do your call to prayer, do it inside the mosque. Don't do it in public. And you see what's happening in Europe. This is where they're losing it. The call to prayer goes out in the United Kingdom, in the UK, in the land of the conquerors, the Anglo-Saxons of King Edward,
the Normans,
and Lord Nelson. You have the Muslim
Scots.
call to prayer, and they're so fucking dishonest. They come here and say, oh, well, John Adams said that America.
Yeah, and you know something? Christians say that Muhammad is a heretic. How about that? Christians say that Muhammad was a nobody.
Isn't Christian. Oh, I'm sorry. Is the United Kingdom Christian? Is the United Kingdom Muslim? Is France Muslim? Is Germany? They don't care. That this is lying. This is Takia. This is targeted lying. You are lying. So someone needs to call it out. And here's the thing. They all want to say, oh, well, we're just being unfairly vilified by the Jews. And then they attack us Christians. And that I will not tolerate. You want to attack Israel? Knock yourself out. You want to criticize the Jews? Hey, you know what? Knock yourself out. You start coming for Christians. You start coming for the West. You start coming for America. Now we got a big problem.
We got a beef.
Because I am an American and I am a Christian. And this is a Christian nation.
Damn right. God damn.
So that's a bit. Don't overstay your welcome.
Right. You're a guest here, my dudes. Don't get it twisted and step out of line.
It's crazy. That really pisses me off. It's always this one struggle. And then the second they find an opportunity, they want to put the screws in and they want to twist the knife on Christians and they want to criticize the West.
They take advantage of things.
The West is what gave you everything that you love about America. Okay, everything that New York was built by the West. New York is as Western as it gets. You love New York. You know what? You love Islam so much. Go move to Cairo.
Or Medina.
Go move to Cairo.
Mecca.
Go move to Riyadh.
Mecca,
go move to Baghdad or something. Oh, you don't want to live there. I wonder why. Why don't you want to go and live there? Because it's a fucking shithole? They go, oh, Western values are so corrupt and so sick. That's why y'all live in London and New York, right?
Yeah, and you're crossing
because your values are so superior
on foot.
Because your backwards religion is so superior to ours. Why don't you go live in Yemen? Go live in the land of the Prophet. Go live in the Hejaz. Go live in Yemen. Have a good time. They have minarets and they've got the call to prayer and they got all that. It's great. It's great. They're doing their dances and waving swords around. Be my guest. But you know what? In this country, you love it or you leave it. You love this country, you love everything about this country, or get the fuck out. We don't need any people that aren't on board with the mission. We don't need anybody that's not on board with the program here. We're the patriots. I'm a patriot. I'm a Christian. I'm an American. I'm a Roman.
Get with the program or beat it.
Take that magic carpet shit out of here. It's not what this country was built on. So anyway, and I like Sneeko as a guy, but he, you see that approach.
Christians.
And it's so funny. So which is it? He goes, oh, Muslims aren't hurting anybody. They're just in the park. It's better than some degenerate Western concert. And then they're in New York and they go, yeah, I'm wearing my thobe. Yeah, I'm in Manhattan. Yeah, I'm in Times Square. Okay, so which is it then? Which is it? The black people, they do the same thing too. The black people, they do the same thing. That's racist, that's racist. Oh, well, we the scientists of the earth. We the only inventors of the earth. We invented everything. And it's like, okay, so which is it? I hate the self-pitying stuff. That's why.
At least black folks feel the same way. Love it or leave it. Get the fuck out if you don't like it. I've heard many of black folk with that sentiment. Then also, they're Christians. They have assimilated. They're a part of the program. They're with us, not against us, as in like in group. Everybody else coming in and diluting everything. I see, black folks as more or less like the only people we can really trust. The only people we know aren't traitors. They're
Tell
not
white
traitors.
people, don't be an Oliver Anthony. Don't be a white nigger. Don't go out there and cry in the woods playing your banjo. I can't get a job, blah, blah. I say whites need to take control of the situation. I push a message of action. Okay? Be as white as you can be. Be as smart as you can be. Be as martial as you can be. Whites are a martial race.
So are the Scots.
We are a martial race. We practically invented organized war. Don't forget it.
Better believe it. Better believe it, bro.
So we have to prepare for war. You want peace? Prepare for war. Become a weapon. I've always said this. Don't make excuses. Don't be a victim.
Indeed.
Don't be pushed around. Get organized. Get organized. Find some like-minded friends. Get together. Go to the gym. Learn.
See, he didn't even have to tell me this shit. I already knew it. I was already getting on it on my own accord.
Martial arts. Do tactical training. Get your bag up. Increase your influence and power. Take your own side. We have to become a powerful nation again. And we have to take our own side as a nation, not rely on these other people. Not rely on the Saracens. Not rely on the Jews. We have to take our own side. So anyway, yeah, I see that clip and it's like, okay, pal. He goes, I'm going to wear my thobe, and I'm going to wear my thobe. I'm going to be in Times Square. It's like, oh, so what happened to those Muslims of discretion in the park? Oh, I see. Switched it up. Switched it up, as always. We love Sneeko.
Look around and find out.
No beef. No beef with him, but I just intensely disagree. Every time he gets on the Muslim shit, it pisses me off. It's always, it's a challenge.
It's a challenge all
because it just
around.
has no basis here. And it's like, little homie, what are you doing, man? You're born in New York. You're Filipino, Haitian, Hungarian. What are you doing hanging out with these packies? What is this brainwashed LARP? You got to drop that. Pray for Sneeko. Don't rape Sneeko. Pray for Sneeko. People super chat, they say rape Sneeko. I say pray for Sneeko. Pray for Sneeko. God, soften his heart.
Thanks. I'll pray for
Bring him back to the Lord. Reconcile him with Christ. Sonny Faz, feed him to the Muslims. I hope they cut off his head. Sonny Faz, feed him to the Saudis. Feed him. I want them to get him like Jamal Khashoggi. But Sneeko, pray for Sneeko. He's got to come back. Otherwise, it's going to be like Kingdom of Heaven. It's going to be like that movie.
Bro, I've been watching that lately. Such a good film.
But anyway, no, we love Sneeko. Sonny Faz, race traitor. You turned your back on your own people. But Sneak, we got to return.
G36, Bubba sent $30. Goyim in Ascendance.
Goyim in Ascendance. I like that. Goyim in Ascendance. Goyim are rising up. So true.
Nick Birch sent $20. Nick, we conquered the world. Bro, who is we? You're Portuguese and Irish. You got raped by the British and bitched by the Spanish. And what the fuck has Italy done since Rome besides being a liability in World War II?
Okay, bait used to be believable.
Andrew Johnson 621 sent $20. Last night I caught myself falling for the based rhetoric parts Trump was saying, especially toward the Democrats, calling them crazy and just talking shit. But like you said, it's just a speech.
Yeah, don't get it
Snake
twisted.
Plissken sent $50. Nick, my father hopelessly believes in the Nizar/Jezara conspiracy and thinks he's going to get free money for nothing. No matter what I tell him to prove it's a crock of shit. He watches random unsubstantiated AI narrated bullshit. Please excoriate the whole thing so I have something to show him that will ground him and get him back to reality.
I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that.
Diddy Sprinkles sent $20. No message.
Thank
Luke
you.
sent $25. W Trump for shouting out us firefighters. I'm still hiding my power level at the station with the boys. The chief here has America first on every night. Any advice for us Roy for firefighters?
Okay,
Uzo
really?
Zero sent $100 for the titty bar.
Beautiful. Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate
sent
it.
$20. She actually had some more with the clock it.
Dude, she was so nonchalant. What's her name? Sage? Yo, Sage. That was crazy. With the leopard print? Oh my.
Yeah, fuck yeah, King.
Why did she hit it so nonchalantly?
Baldwin the second,
that was awesome.
dude.
They pan over to her. She's sitting down.
The Leper King.
I thought I was in real trouble because they panned over to her and I was like, why is she kind of...
Nice.
And then they said she's transgender and I was like, oh, fuck. Like, I just got caught in 4K. But then they said, well, she never really transitioned, so... We were rescued at the last
Torches
minute.
and fire sent.
She's 19? Well, that's a little old for me, but you know what? Desperate times.
Torches and fire sent $300. I know it's not on the cards now, but is there a possibility of having security dialed in enough for a live event to happen one day? The conviction you create with your ability would fill stadiums.
Maybe. Thank you for the huge super chat, though. I appreciate it. You would fill stadiums. I don't know, man. I appreciate the big super chat. I just don't want to get killed.
Grassroots Groy percent $100. I admire your indomitable Goy spirit.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, that's how it has to be, bro. We're on our Penguin. That's on Penguin.
Toblerone sent $50. The left says Renee Good or Alex Preddy could have been anyone. Trump proved last night that the ordinary American was affected by illegal immigration. Those are the attacks that could happen to anyone. The people he had there could have been any one of us. And Democrats couldn't even stand for those Americans while they were in the same room.
So, dude, this says so much about our society. That's so true. Why is that so true? So true, King.
Palpatinius Maximus sent $50. Your
You're
voice
right.
message from today on the 2016 election was such an awesome nostalgia hit. Miss that energy. Milwaukee versus DeWalt.
No, I don't. But
Lil Wade
thanks for
sent
that.
$20. Pee pee poo poo. Dark
Amazing.
Knight sent $30. Would you ever consider living anywhere else? If America falls, would you go down with the ship?
The only reason I would leave America is if I had to go into exile, which might happen. If I had to go into exile, obviously then I would leave. Like if they were hunting me, trying to kill me, trying to imprison me, then I might move. But I'm not going to tell you where I would go. But I would definitely flee if I had
Dude
to.
What the hell sent $20. Thanks for keeping.
Like Lenin.
Dude What the hell sent $20. Thanks for keeping it real, Maine. MGS5 while listening to Stream W. I will never give up living for my people in the best way. Latin cross emoji.
Awesome. Love to hear it.
Randall from Recess sent $20. So nice to
Great.
have a brood from Chi-Town to be this huge. Straight out of DeKalb. Heart of the city. We've got Phillips Park, we've got Slick City. Remember when tankies crashed out about that fake report of Russia returning to the dollar? That would objectively be a good thing for the US, but it's a spiritually brown movement.
DeKalb. That's not Chicago, bro. I mean, look, I know I'm from LaGrange Park, but DeKalb, that's a stretch. A fellow guy from Chi-Town, DeKalb. Come on now. That is not Chicago. That, you know, people say it's a stretch if you're from Naperville, you're from DeKalb. Come on now. I've never even been there. But yeah, we love Chicago. Shout out to my city.
Real Yid sent $20.
Yeah, but we
We're
love
watching in real time the
Chicago.
Goyim take back the word Goy just like blacks took back the N-word and used it. As a Jew, if a Goy is being a Goy, am I based for calling him Goy just like niggas being niggas?
I don't like it. I think it's dumb.
Lightning in a bottle sent $20. The idea of distinct sex chromosomes is misleading. The Y is the only sex-exclusive genetic structure. Transferred paternally only from father to son. It's the image of passing down the torch. It's a tool responsible for all superior male attributes. Women aren't genetically unique. Everything they have, men have but they. Lightning in a bottle sent $20. Do possess a unique ability to pass down Mount DNA to all offspring. Mount DNA is the powerhouse of all cells. The Y and Mount DNA are the only genetic structures passed down as clones. I believe this truth is reflected in society through men's need for fraternity and women's struggle to empathize with men while the inverse comes naturally.
I'm not a science guy, so that's just going way over my head.
Yeah, no,
here's the thing, though. Here's what you have to consider. Women are egg carriers, so that there is something just even spiritually that women carry the egg. And that's really all that they are, is egg carriers. A woman is an egg carrier.
Yeah.
She carries the eggs. They're going to...
I love whenever people say, oh, it's so amazing. Women can make life, this and that. Women don't make shit. They don't make shit. They just breathe, eat, and shit slightly more for 9 months. They can have a child, produce a child. Nature produces children. Nature runs its course. They don't even have to be sentient. They can be unconscious for 9 months and produce a child, okay? That's not creation. That's not creation. Writing a script on a computer is more creation than that. Takes more creativity than that.
This one. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, women are going to love this. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Women are egg carriers. That's how you have to think of them. They're walking around with a ton of eggs. You might as well just imagine them with like a satchel of eggs. And that's why you can't beat the shit out of them. That's why it's frowned upon to kill them. That's why it's frowned upon to let them die in a sinking ship or a burning building. It's because they're are considered more than just their own life. It's them plus the eggs, which are the future.
Oh.
So that's why it's frowned upon to kick their fucking ass.
We will align with Russia eventually. I mean, it's everybody against us. At some point, we're just going to have to face up to that. They're a Christian nation. They're European peoples. They are us, whether we like it or not.
To kill them,
and they're
like I said, let them go down with the ship. Because it's like, no, save the eggs. That's why, because you go save the eggs. A man, especially an older guy, is just going to die. But a woman, it's her fertility. She's got the eggs. So we got to take the female with all the future humans. She's like a spaceship with frozen embryos. That's the way you got to think about it. You cannot, the spaceship with the embryos on board has to reach the planet. They have to reach the exoplanet.
Reminds me of Planet
The
of the
astronauts can die, but the eggs have to land. So that's a helpful way to think about females. Really, we men are the main characters.
No shit.
And women, their job is to just make more men. That's their job. Women's job is to carry more men and make more men. And men are soldiers, artists, philosophers,
inventors,
builders, workers. Men are awesome.
Storytellers.
And women are just like a factory of men. And they got to make some more women so they can make more men and we could populate the world with soldiers and workers. Workers and soldiers. Soldiers and workers. Industry and the army like working ants. Hand in hand to colonize and extract.
Soldiers and
workers. And this is a picture of the future.
It's nature.
Just imagine.
We didn't design this. We didn't decide.
This is I'm kidding.
That's what it is.
I hope you realize I am kidding.
Wait, no, you're not kidding.
This is a joke.
That's the truth. It is what it is. If it,
in case you can't tell or you're pretending not to be able to tell, I'm joking. This is a joke. I'm riffing.
Oh, don't do that. Don't.
Just a helpful way to think about things.
Just be honest. Own it.
No, but that sometimes I think about the world that way, and then I realize I shouldn't. Sometimes I think about the world in this way, and then I realize I shouldn't think about the world this way because
good for you.
Women are telling me not to.
Get her done, bro.
But yeah, I mean, just imagine a planet of soldiers and workers organized in a hierarchy, progressing technologically, economically, intellectually, artistically, and culturally.
We get all the good stuff. We also get all the shit stuff, like dying in wars, like suicide.
That's a vision I can get. I mean, that's a vision I can get behind.
Being disposable.
No, I'm kidding, of course. That's just jokes. I'm just kidding.
Dude, where the hell sent $20? Hashtag not all black people are apes.
Like
Smiley face
emoji.
Al Green does not represent Texas. Can we get a real United States government? Thanks for the hard work, Nick.
Yeah, so true. That was hilarious. Black people are not all black people are apes.
Man, if you got to say
He's standing there frowning. Not all of us are apes.
Not good.
Not all Nick. No, I can't. No. Come on now. No.
Well, that's why the devil is so upset because
Roy the Flight sent $25. Wore my AF head into the gas station, Alabama, and an 80-year-old man said, "I love that Nick guy." Made me lol and say me too. Have a great rest of your evening, Nick. Thanks for the countless hours of great work.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. 80-year-old guy, sometimes when it's the old heads that like the show, I'm like a little bit surprised because I feel like it's all younger people that like the show, but we love the old heads.
You're damn right. I'm not
pay homage to the old.
Bro, this stuff is obvious. It's nature. We didn't choose this shit, man. It ain't our fault. Somebody else made the system. We just living in it, man.
The effing J sent $50. What's the difference between a black woman and a bowling ball? I could eat a bowling ball if I had two. Gumble2Gumble sent $20. The Wops in Philly recreated the bar scene from Bronx Tale with Antifa at the Columbus statue. It still stands today. Opposite of the Minneapolis retreat by Trump. Sometimes you have to slap a commie.
Okay.
Spec 4570 sent $20. Hey sir, what are the odds you would make an American first welding cap? Love the show though, big dog, God bless.
Probably zero.
Age for Snipper Kitty 43 sent $20. Are you going to publicly denounce the squatty potty? The founder just got caught trying to buy CP.
I knew that was coming. No, the squatty potty is a good product, okay? I know it was invented by a horrible human being, but it's sort of like Hitler with the Autobahn, except Hitler was awesome. Bad example. It's sort of like Jews with the nuclear bomb. Sometimes horrible people can do a good thing too, okay? Sometimes Jews invent something awesome, like the nuclear bomb. And sometimes gay pedophiles create the squatty potty, but I stand by the squatty potty, okay? It's ancestral, it's ancient, it's natural.
This dog hunts 988 sent $20. Send all illegals home. Send their government the bill. Send all liberal communists to Canada. Sign up for maids. Send me the bill. Send the Jews home. Pay their own bill. Back to cowboying. Easy.
Great.
Taylor Worth sent $30. I'm pretty sure Instagram changed the real algorithm. I used to see a lot of your clips on my feed, but today I saw multiple small accounts saying the Vatican secretly controls the Zionists. You and Candace are both secretly Jesuits. And a clip of you picking your nose in 2018. This might be the nail in the coffin for AFD.
I don't know. I feel like I still get it on my timeline. On my burner, it's all my content. So maybe that's true.
Chicago Grower sent $20.
Maybe you're just, have you ever considered you're just being disloyal? Maybe you said something disloyal, Instagram heard it, and then they started giving you anti-revolutionary content. You ever think maybe you're just being disloyal? The goal should be, there should be zero disloyal speech. Zero disloyal speech. You shouldn't be saying things against the movement. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't be thinking things against the movement. If you're getting content that is anti-revolutionary, it's because you were thinking anti-revolutionary thoughts. So that sounds like a you problem.
Yeah.
It sounds like you need to work on that.
Chicago Grower sent $20.
I've always kind of hung on to is because I've thought I knew something for a fact, and swore up and down. Come to find out, I misremembered. So, I'm not the type to bet on my own memory because the son of a bitch has fooled me a few times.
I've been following you for years now and keep seeing you replace your criticism of immigrants from Mexicans to Venezuelans. There is 50x the number of Mexicans here. They are on pace to become the majority minority, less radical measures. Shouldn't we be focusing almost exclusively on them above all others at this point?
Immodestly.
That's just totally... The reason I'm talking about Venezuelans is because they made up the bulk of the 10 million that came here under Biden. It's always some... You guys are always on some weird conspiracy stuff. He's saying Venezuelans now, not Mexicans. Yeah, and in 2018, we were talking about the Northern Triangle because that's where they were coming from. The caravans were coming from Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, just like in Biden's term, they were coming from Venezuela. I'm talking about a very specific problem. So when I say that, I'm referring to these special categories of people that have formed enclaves like Haitians in Springfield, Somalians in Minneapolis, these Venezuelans that just came over recently. That's the point. Obviously, the illegal Mexicans got to go too. But it's always on. It's never enough for you people. It's never enough that you're in favor of an immigration moratorium if you don't say the right thing or perceive to say the right thing in a moment. Oh, well, you're covering for Mexicans now.
I can't.
No, it's because there were like 4 million Venezuelans that came in 4 years.
You can't say
which is crazy.
Pop Leon sent $20. Thank you for your steadfast defense of the pedophilia. And I'm glad the age of marriage policy has an exception for running a harem of concubines and not getting married at all.
What about
also,
this
would you like to be in our prom group?
exception?
We're getting a party bus.
Like, bro,
Walter 39 sent $20. Hey Nick, loved the stream last night. Seemed you liked most of it. Open mind. Did it pull you back in a little at all, or just same old shit?
It's a speech. It is a speech.
Insurrection sent $20. This is a couple days late, but did you see the Baptist/Tourette's incident? Guy with Tourette's yelled the N-word at 2 black actors while they were on stage and it was broadcast. Black people on Twitter are having trouble understanding Tourette's lol. But why he said ID when they would black dough? Put a muzzle on that retard.
Yeah, honestly, who cares?
Slop Monkey sent $25. Banana emoji. Nazism not globalism sent $20.
Amazing.
The refusal of Democrats to acknowledge a Renazaretsky's grieving parents is telling. They despise whites. Meanwhile, they gleefully send our tax dollars to Ukraine to fuel ongoing genocide of white Christians. Evil.
So true.
Grow Ivy
Really
around
good
sent $20.
point.
I bet people would believe Candace more if she referred to aliens as space African Americans. Anti-Z sent $67. Okaloosa for Fishback. Fishback for Florida. America first. Christ is king. Fuck Israel. Dandarin. Ewan Musk sent $25. Harry Sisson posted a gay little photo of him flexing. I laughed because he looked pudgy. I then realized he could mug you. Get it together.
Okay.
Brian Dino sent $100. Hey Nick, any chicks you have a crush on?
Thank you for the big super chat. Hey, come on, dude. She has to know who I am. She definitely knows who I am. Sage, if you can hear me, please hit me up. Sage, what was her last name? Sage, if you could hear me, please pull up in my DMs. Please DM me on Twitter. You know she knows who I am.
Trump 4D chess grandmaster Strategos sent $20. Sneeko Browning out on Twitter. Jesus is a brown man from Palestine. Okay, Brownie. We love Sneak, of course, but holy brown. Can't take the third world out of some of these people.
Seriously, you can take the Browns out of the third world. You can't take the third world out of the Browns. It's unfortunate. We tried. We tried, fellas. Send them back to Africa. No,
Osgrower sent $25. Finally got my USA quarter zip today and I'm liking the high quality compared to the other 100% polyester ones like it. I was thinking about getting a nativist flag, but do you think an Hispanic American can fly it? MH Jen.
That's crazy. Okay, maybe I don't know. How brown are you though? If you're like a brown skinned Mexican, okay, if you're not, see me, I'm upper caste. If you're a lower caste, brown skin mestizo, I don't think you can wear a flag that says beware of foreign influence. You can support the movement. I don't know. It's kind of like mixed signals. You know what? Knock yourself out. If you want to buy 1, 2, a dozen of them, hey, who am I to judge? Knock yourself out. You know, I'm just a humble flag salesman.
Phobic 76 sent $20. Albania has an average IQ of 82. You're right. They are not white/European.
Really? 82?
Like Forrest Gump.
That can't be right. It's that high? No, that can't be right.
Dragonborn 0x sent $20. Free Harvey and EHC. Swimmingly Shoe 33 sent $90. No. I met a girl working up in Alaska. She's a single mom, but she likes outdoor activities. She's pretty, but most importantly, I accidentally found out she's a groper as well. She brought up your show first. Should I just marry her?
Single mom. I don't know about all that. Thank you for the big super chat. I don't think I could ever do that.
I mean, either. I'm not fucking
playing
some other dude's safe.
I don't think I could ever get behind that. And I know you should. It's like that's a personal hang up because shit happens, but I don't know if I could ever.
Just American 03 sent $20. Do you have any new speculations on how the Trump admin will look in the aftermath of impeachment?
Yeah, I kind of talk about it every night.
Chanel Stepfather sent $20. Hey Nick, have you caught wind of the Zoomer slang term Big Yahoo? A lot of Zoomers have been saying it as of late, and I wanted to know your opinion on certain concepts on figures like that.
What is the question?
Baquette Goron sent $20.
What do you think about people saying Yahoo? I don't know. It's funny.
Baquette Goron sent $20. I'm in high school and I've been watching the show for a year now, and I have to thank you for showing me the truth. I bought a hat and a quarter zip to show my thanks. You're the best.
Really?
God bless.
Thanks. Are you a girl? No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But hey, big shout out, W High School. W High Schooler watching the show. Be careful with the quarter zip. I don't know if you should wear that to school. You might get in trouble, but W's in the chat.
Chef Mark sent $20. My mom works for NYS and does home inspections for Hasidics that run in home adult care programs that are paid for by the state. They hate a woman coming into their home telling them what they need to do to follow the program's rules and keep their homes up to fire code. Several of these communities in the greater NYC area.
Yeah, dude, they're not from here.
Groiper7 sent $20. I enjoyed the speech too. It had some bangers. There was a little of the old Trump, but ultimately, he needs to back it up with legislation and he won't. He's failed us. But we have time to bring about actual change. First 2026, then 2028, and
First,
so on.
we got to burn it all down in 26, and then we got to run it back in 28. Burn it down in 26, raise up the battle flag in 28.
Francesco sent $100. The gay arc in my 8-year Groiper history is really something. I should have been in the gallery last night. He came from Italy labeled a Groiper. Now he's been labeled a gay.
And Jesus Christ is our future.